Hello, beautiful people. How are all of you doing today? Chat, for the very first time, I think, ever, maybe I did it back in 1.x, but I don't know. Anyways, for pretty much the first time ever, I'm actually so excited about the fucking leaks that I'm starting the patch day stream before maintenance even starts. And on top of that, this is a patch with extended maintenance. It's supposed to last like 2 hours longer. Chat, there is so much. Chat, there is so fucking much. It's insane, okay? It's actually insane. Hi. How you guys doing? Chat. Okay, I will tell you guys two things, okay, before we get into any of this, alright? One, I'm honestly not that excited for DURIN, okay? Also, yeah, the maintenance is about to start, right? Oh no, it's still in an hour. Oh, that's crazy. My goodness. But yeah, so we've got an hour of servers being open if there's things we need to test for the characters getting buffed. But there are many characters receiving major buffs. I'm not that excited about DURIN. So for those of you that don't follow me on Twitter, where the last thing they've heard about DURIN was what I talked about last stream, carry DURIN is completely dead. Okay? Carry DURIN has standard ICD, which means he can't react every hit. He reacts every other hit. So carry DURIN is like completely dead. Like so goddamn cooked. Completely cooked. But that's fine because we've got some things that are exciting outside of DURIN. What's the point of the second form if one of them is dog shit? Honestly, I mean, it's not gonna be that bad. It's just that it's not enough to like have him as an actual carry to a team, right? Like you'll want to be playing him. The one upside about that is that because his application is slower because he doesn't react every hit, at least for the reactable hits, slow cryo is good enough, which means he can work with Sitlali in like a Navia melt team or something. So there's gonna be some cool stuff to look about with that. To look at with that. But I do think it's like kind of tragic that they cooked his ICD, and it makes me a lot less excited, at least for the carry version of him. Eventually, maybe. You know, we'll get the what's it called again? Dawn Winery resonance for characters from Dawn Winery. They'll release fucking, I don't know what her name is, like fucking Hildegard or whatever the fuck the name of the lady who works at the Dawn Winery is, as a playable character, and she'll get a resonance with the Luke. Adelind, yeah, same shit, man. Fucking archaic names. Yeah, we'll talk about that. 100%. We'll talk about a lot of shit. What did I call? Oh well. Anyways, Chat. Let's list the characters that are getting changed and what's getting changed about them, right? So first, I guess we can start with the ones that matter less. Alright, we can start with Razor. I have this sheet pre-saved, by the way. Like, this is how excited I am about this. I'm so fucking hyped. Bro, there's gonna be so much shit. But yeah, so first of all, let's talk about Razor, right? So, right now, Razor's kit has a few things about it that are a little weird, right? His basic default, like, play pattern is get things to generate energy so that he can get his burst, use his burst to make him attack faster, and focus on his normal attacks, right? That's like Razor's default I don't know, the default thing he wants to be doing. His default playstyle, the default way that his kit is designed, right? But there's a few things about it that are fucking sus as hell. So, how does his energy generation work? Whenever he uses his skill, he generates an electro sigil. So let's go and show it. Right, he generates an electro sigil around him. And while he has an electro sigil, he gains increased energy recharge. Like the stat energy recharge, his energy recharge is directly increased. For each sigil that he has, it's increased by 20%. So at 3 sigils, his ER is increased by 40%. Or by 60%, right? So he got sigils. 1 sigil on skill. Each sigil. Amount of sigils on skill. 1. ER per sigil, 20%. But he can use his hold E to consume the sigils that he has and convert them into flat energy. So he'll lose both of them, and each of them will restore 5 flat energy to him. Realistically, you never do the hold E, because you can also consume your sigils by using his burst. When he uses his burst, right, it will automatically consume whatever sigils he has. Let me get a bit more sigils so it's easier to see, and let me hide Spotify so you guys can... Where the hell is Spotify? There it is. Okay, so you guys can actually see, like, my current energy bar, right? When I use the burst, I consume the sigils. Did I lose my sigils? What the hell happened there? I think my sigils expired right before I used burst. Because I waited too long. My bad. Okay, so let me make sure I catch the particles so I can show you the actual energy generation. Okay, there is really not that much from just one because it's 5 flat energy over an 80 cost. So it's kind of hard to tell that there's a little bit of energy. Let's show it with 2 sigils. Actually, yeah. C6 gives him a sigil. Might as well show it with 3 sigils then. Okay, so we're not getting any particles. We use the burst here, and it restores 15 flat energy. Right? During his burst, he'll generally be staying on field for a little bit longer than 10 seconds. And while he's on field like this, oh, I have Flameforge inside. I was like, how the fuck did I get that much energy? Right. While he's on field like this, he will use his skill. Right? He'll use his skill during the on-field, whenever it's available, right? So he starts with skill, do N3, N4, E, or N4, N3, E, and just keep repeating that, right? Generally, you'll end up getting about 2, 3 skills. After the burst. And then, on the next rotation, you swap to him, you use his skill, you now have 3 sigils, and you get to consume them. That's cool and all, but there's no real reason to use the whole E basically ever, which is kind of unfortunate. It is what it is. Also, there's not that much of a reason to use his skill during his burst. Once you're already at 3 sigils. So if we get ourselves to 1, 2 sigils from the C6. Oops. I'm not at 2 sigils. Why am I not at 2 sigils? Whatever. But during the burst, his skill itself doesn't generate energy. And so, because it's pretty slow, it kind of feels bad to use his skill. When you're already full sigils, because you already have all the ER you need. Let's take a look at the changes to Razor. Now, for some reason, Dim posted every single character's, like, in-game changes from a preload or whatever, except Razor, so we're gonna have to work with fucking this shit, but whatever. So, oh yeah, actually, before we look at that, let's just write down a few more things, right? Amount of sigils per skill, AOR per sigil, motion value, physical, over 14 attack, rotation. Motion value E, over a 14 attack rotation. Motion value Q, over a 14 attack rotation. And then instead of ER per sigil, we can look at average ER. Because you start off with EQ, by the time you catch your E particles, you don't have sigils anymore, so you don't have any of the ER, right? So his actual average ER, because he misses his own set of particles, the part that matters the most, isn't gonna be that close to the 60 that he gets for a good amount of the rotation. It's gonna be closer to like 30. Anyways, let's look at his numbers, right? Razor is one of those characters that have 2 talents that multiply each other. So we'll have to do things a little weird. Here, also, let me close this. Yeah. So we've got...
Right now, I wish I was sitting at the top of a tree.
161, 139, 174 times 4 plus 229 times 2. On the skill, right, you start with a top skill, 339. then you burst, you get a skill reset, you skill again. That's 2. And after 7 attacks, a third one. And then maybe a fourth one if we do the full 14. So 4. And then on the Q, right? The burst 272, initial hit. But also a percentage of his normal attack damage, 43.2% of his physical damage. Why are you like this? Wait, as you can see here, right? And this is one of the things with... Oh yeah, I guess I should look at level 12 talents, that's true. So this should be 398. This should be 51. This should be 320. Thank you. Okay. As you can see here, right? Razor's not actually a physical carry. He straight up has more electro motion value than physical motion value. It's a bit weird, but like it just is what it is. It's one of the many problems with Razor's kit. It doesn't make any fucking sense for him to get physical damage bonus from Ascension, but whatever. Anyways, then we've got Constellations, right? And really, for the sake of how his play pattern changes, there's only the C6 that affects something, right? So at C6, his next normal attack deals extra damage once every 10 seconds. And if he does that normal attack outside of his burst, it gives him a sigil. This isn't really a lot of damage, but this attack helps him generate more energy, basically. Anyways, now let's go through the changes. So, 1. Razor's elemental burst is enhanced. The damage dealt by the Wolf Spirit is increased by an amount equal to 70% of Razor's attack. So, the Q is now doing 70% more damage on each hit. This is always. Right, this passive is not HEXENZIRKEL related. He always gets that, which is cool. The next one is HEXENZIRKEL related. So, if you have HEXENZIRKEL Resonance, he gains the following effect. During his burst, when the number of electro sigils exceeds the limit, a lightning strike will be summoned that deals damage. Now, the thing about this is, by default, that doesn't do shit. Because it takes him so long to get all of his sigils back. But he's also getting an additional thing. Wait. Is it not here? Oh yeah, no, it's on the C6. He's getting an additional thing on the C6. It's only on the C6, I guess. I didn't notice that. I thought it was just base kit, but it is what it is. So, on top of the thing he already has on the C6, he now gets 2 new effects. 1. Let's look at the second one first, because it's very straightforward. He gains 10% crit rate and 50% crit damage. So just 70 CV for fun. That's cool. But 2, and also very importantly, every time he gains a sigil, he now gains 3 instead. Which makes this passive work, right? It makes it so that you get 150% additional motion value on your skill. At least the ones that happen while you're already full, which will be 3 of them. I guess technically I didn't include the 2c6 procs here. Sure. There we go. And you get 3 instances of 7 additional energy. So 21 extra energy refund. You also now always generate 3 sigils from your E before the burst, which means even on the first rotation, you refund 15 energy. Basically, at C6, he already, by default, refunds 21 plus 15, so 36 energy. So his actual burst cost is not 80, it's 44. And on top of that, he has energy recharge as a stat provided to him in his kit. And is now averaging more than 30%. So, his energy requirements are now basically completely trivialized. And, his total... His total motion value went up by about 25%, and he's getting an extra 70 crit value. Assuming that you were playing Razor in a team where he needed to build like 30 to 40% ER from his artifact, the here's how the stats are going to change, right? That ER you don't have to build anymore is now going to be something you can use on something else, right? So let's say 20% more attack. Yeah, I guess we should look at Overload Razor, huh? So for now, let's look without the energy changes, right? Crit value, KQM-ish standard and Serpent Spine. The increase from the 50 crit value at CV, or at C6, is about 27%. And then there's another 25% direct motion value increase. And there's ER requirements being basically completely alleviated. Which means Razor basically had his damage multiplied by like 1.7. So later today, when we actually get into doing proper Razor calcs, I want to look at hybrid physical pyro carry Razor. Because I think that might go pretty hard. It's not going to be great, but this is probably enough to make him better than Raiden as an overload carry. anyways. That's Razor out of the way. So, for the rest, we'll be able to use Dim's tweet. Alright, and the next one is probably the biggest change. Like, it might actually just be the biggest change out of them. Venti. Venti is getting one hell of a buff. Sorry. Pretty much every other character, they got buffs, but they didn't really get new mechanics and new stuff. It's like their basic play pattern got reinforced. Venti got a whole ass new playstyle. For now, let's skip over this one and look at this. While the Storm Eye created by Burst is active, Venti will gain additional buff effects. Venti's normal attacks will be converted into enemy-piercing hurricane arrows that deal more animo damage to opponents in their path. When Venti's normal attacks hit opponents, Storm Eye's duration is increased by 1 second, and its cooldown is increased by 0.5 seconds. This effect can be triggered once every 0.1 seconds, up to 2 times after each use of Burst. So basically, his burst now lasts 2 seconds longer. The damage of these hurricane arrows is 2.5 times his normal attack default motion value. So, let's walk through Venti. Right now, you can't really play carry Venti, but we'll take a look at what happens if you on-field him. Alright. So, what are the things that we used to have, and what are the things that changed? Oh yeah, actually there's another thing. I guess I should mention that before I get into calcs. Okay, so this thing is just now gonna be part of his base kit, right? This is a HEXENZIRKEL bonus. So only if you have a HEXENZIRKEL residents in the team do you get this one. But anyways, while the Storm Eye created by Burst is active, for 4 seconds after a nearby party member, a nearby active character triggers a swirl reaction, that character's damage is increased by 50%, and the Storm Eye deals 135% of its original damage. Venti can trigger this effect even off-field. This one's fucking... yeah. For support Venti, this basically means that if you play Venti with an Animo carry, that Animo carry gains 50 damage %. But it also gives Venti 50 damage % and 35 true multiplier. Not the best uptime. It doesn't last for very long, but it refreshes every time you trigger Swirl. So it doesn't matter. The uptime will be fine. His burst lasts for 10 seconds now. So this is a 14-second buff, basically. Anyways. Venti... yeah. Right now, Venti's normal attack, a full attack string, which, by the way, I looked at Venti's attack strings a little bit, and honestly, it doesn't look like... his first few attacks of his attack string suck ass. So, it looks like it's actually worth going to either N5 or N6 before doing a cancel. Which means it's going to be pretty easy to play Venti with optimal cancels. But yeah, let's just look at a full-ass normal attack string on Venti. So a full string, right, is 37.4 times 2, 81.5 96.2. 47.9 times 2. 93.1. 130. If you play carry Venti, you have time to do about 2 full string and then 1 and 3. Right? When I was looking at this thing, right? Keep in mind that the burst is gonna last 2 seconds longer.
Think you can get away? Let's play.
I think I accidentally did a fucking wall cancel there.
Time for takeoff. Brace yourselves.
Yeah, I don't know.
Think you can get away? Here we go.
Yeah, so you basically get to like the next end 3. I don't know if you want to try to do a 3E rotation or not.
Let's play. Time for takeoff. Here we go.
Probably not. You probably just do a 2E rotation. Anyways, maybe we just look at 5 and 3 instead, because it's more simple. Right? Don't bow attacks miss? They should miss less. He's getting like his attacks are gonna do something. They're probably gonna be like Sethos. His attack won't change. It's only his damage percent and his motion value that's gonna change. So damage percent, normal attack, damage percent, animo, damage percent. Let's say Pyro for now for the infusion. If right now you try to on-field Venti, right? He doesn't have any damage percent to his normal attack because they're just doing physical. Animo damage, he's got Animo Goblet. What else? Maybe Farazon 30. $38.3. DPC. Well, you wouldn't do DPC before the change. You do kind of go DPC now, but yeah, I guess you just go 2-piece VB. Yeah. I think that's it. And then Pyro, he'd get the Bennett buff basically. You know what? Maybe we should just do a full thing. I think it'll be easier. Yeah. So base attack percent, flat attack, total attack. Damage percent, crit value, crit multiplier, EM. EM multiplier. E attack, normal attack, E attack, animo, E attack, pyro. Swirl, proc. Motion value, normal attack, motion value, Animo, motion value, pyro, number of swirl, damage, normal attack, damage, animo, damage, pyro, damage, swirl, damage, DPS. So, before the change, you probably would have gone stringless. So, 260. You know what? Let's just look at Viridescent Hunt for both. I can't be bothered. Attack percent, if you were to do Venti, Bennett, Farazan, DURIN. Maybe. Because obviously you can't do DURIN right now. But if I want to evaluate the strength of the buff, I need to keep the same team for both, right? Yeah, that'd basically be it. Attack percent, you'd have Sands, Noblesse, Pyro Resonance, maybe TOM Farazan, sure. Substats. Okay. Does he get any self buffs? I don't think so, right? No. Crit value. Crit multiplier. Here we would have gone stringless. Effective attack, normal attack is going to be total attack times 1 plus damage percent times crit multiplier. Swirl proc, 868. Doesn't Venti self-buff? We're looking at pre-buff first. Can I ask how you do it? The crit multiplier is just the effect of your crit rate and your crit damage on your damage. So if you have a 100 crit rate and 1% crit damage, then each attack does 1% more damage. So your crit multiplier will be 101%. At 100%, 200%, each attack does 200% more damage, so your crit multiplier will be 300%. Crit multiplier is just 1 plus crit rate times crit damage. But if you're working with theoretical stats, instead of an actual gear setup, like specific gear setup, you can take a few shortcuts and convert crit value directly to crit multiplier by just assuming a 1-to-2 ratio. And you can get the formula for that to be crit value squared divided by 8 plus 1. But that's just... like, this crit multiplier is just... right, if you have this divided by 4, right, 77% crit rate, this divided by 2, 154% crit damage, right? This is a 1-to-2 ratio that gives you this amount of crit value, and the crit multiplier for this ratio is this, right? Anyways, motion value animo. 63.9 times 20. Motion value pyro. 32 times 15. You added V-Hunt base attack and bust from stringless? I did, you're right. My bad. And now we're on V-Hunt. It wasn't the base attack. I added the passives and the substats for both. Anyways, number of swirl. Right now he gets, what, 7 swirls on burst. He would get 3 from the skills. And then that's it. So 10. In AoE, that's 20, right? Damage normal attack would be this times 190 divided by 390 times 0.9. Damage animo times, we have 35, 65 shred, 1.275. I forgot the skills. Oops. 469 times 3. Damage pyro. We don't have the Farazon, but we do have VV instead. So we've got 75, so 65, so 325. Damage swirl. Total damage. Alright. So this is if you try to do on-field Venti in this team right now. Alright. And he's at 18k DPS, which is obviously pretty fucking bad, right? And let me just double check I'm not forgetting anything important. Don't think so. Anyways. Now let's take a look at what happens with the changes. So one, this animo damage is now also applying to the normal attacks because they're doing animo damage. Two, we get 50 damage percent on basically everything. Three, our normal attack motion value is now multiplied by 2.5. And 4, our burst motion value is multiplied by 1.35. That's lower than what I calced earlier. I'm an idiot. Why is it lower? I forgot the crit value from Farazon. Oopsie. That makes a bit more sense already. Oh yeah, more burst hits also. That's true. We've got more burst hits. Now it's 25 instead of 20, and 20 instead of 15. I think there was one more thing. More swirls. There's that too. But yeah, and you would go for a different set. More mouse bites, so true. Yeah, you go Pavillon basically. So plus 40% here. Lose the Pyro Shred. And yeah, maybe something like that. So he gets close to around 1 million DPR, basically. Yeah, I mean, we could account for the attack speed and shit, but like, whatever. I kind of can't be bothered. Oh yeah, also the shred on normal attacks. That is true. There we go. Yeah, that's the number I got earlier. So he's at around 1 million DPR. And this isn't that great, but I think the part that matters more isn't this. It's what happens if you don't on-field him. This is, like, not awful damage just for a quick swap unit. Honestly, Venti's kind of just... He's getting some nice stuff. He's getting a lot more damage from his stuff. So there's going to be a lot to yap about. I think, unironically, that Venti's changes hint at Varka being a quick swap carry that you're going to want to play with Venti. I really think that's going to happen. Anyways. Venti also got some constellation changes. I don't want to spend too much time on them. Is Venti available in the selector, actually? No? Okay, yeah. So then, this probably doesn't matter too much. The C1 now makes the, like, additional arrows from the charge shots also apply to his infused normal attacks. This sounds really good. It's like, ooh, 40% more damage on your normal attacks. But it's not actually that good because, as you can see from this damage distribution, right? Let's make sure that... Yeah. As you can see from this damage distribution, his normal attacks are less than half of his damage. So it's not that big of a deal. It's not bad, though. It's like, okay. But in terms of, like, meta performance, this isn't good enough to be meta. This is, like, a bit better than a Wanderer, but it's not... A bit better than a Wanderer does not make a character meta, you know? Anyways, C2. After... Okay, his E2 basically just triples his kill damage now. That's pretty good. Alright, like that's alright. C4. Is that changed? Is that different from what's... Yeah. C4 now also buffs the on-fielder. It used to not. Okay, cool, I guess. C6. 100 CV. Yeah. Venti probably got the biggest buffs out of any of these characters, but he got buffs to a playstyle that didn't exist because it was too dogshit, right? Carry Venti wasn't a thing. This is enough to make carry Venti a cope thing, but not enough to make it good. So despite the, like, size of the buffs arguably being the biggest for Venti, they're not the ones that matter the most. Next, Albedo. These ones kind of do matter a lot. Okay, so... This is weird, because I don't think they have... a description for what a Dark Isotoma is in his kit currently. So I don't know why they don't mention it there. Right? Yeah. So I guess there's just something missing here, but Albedo now gains a stack of something called Dark Isotoma when he deals skill damage up to once every 10 seconds. And it's a bit unclear what the stack actually does. The first leaks we got said that it made it so that like the skill will get resummoned if it got broken, but I don't know if that's true anymore at this point. Yeah, maybe there's more information in the leak subreddit. Oh, in one video. Okay, they might show yeah. Fuck. Okay, yeah. So we found the missing stuff for Albedo. Yeah. So okay. Dealing skill damage to the enemy within 20 seconds of using a skill will generate auralits. Which is a dark isotoma from the other thing. When there are no solar isotomas, so if your skill is not there, but Albedo isn't dead, he still gets transient blossoms from the skill. As long as he still has auralits. In other words, if his skill gets destroyed, it doesn't matter anymore. Because he effectively still gets the skill effect, even if the skill gets destroyed. Creating a solar isotoma, so using skill, will enhance damage. Shut up. We're not there yet. Like, we haven't even fucking finished reading. Calm down. I mean, we can read the rest later. And then this thing, right? Additionally, when transient blossoms created by his skill deal damage, their damage is increased by 120% of Albedo's defense for each auralith on the field. So, what is Albedo getting just for his own stuff? Right, and this is a HEXENZIRKEL bonus, right? So only if you've got HEXENZIRKEL resonance. But Albedo is getting if his skill gets broken, it doesn't matter and it still deals damage. And his skill's motion value is increased by 240%. Which is what the skill motion value already is at town level 10. So the damage is just doubled. Just straight up multiplied by 2. They give him Chiori's C1 as part of his base kit. Basically. What's the stuff about him having 2 auraliths at the same time? When he deals skill damage, he gets an auralith. And his skill deals increased damage based on the amount of auraliths you have. But it caps at 2. So basically, the first instance of skill damage does 240, the second one does 360, and then the fourth or the third one onwards for the rest of your fight is gonna be 480. Wait, what? They increased the cap for this. That's so funny. It's still the same scaling, but if you somehow manage to get to 10,000 defense, you now get a bit more damage percent. That's really funny. It caps at 9,000 defense now instead. But this one still caps at 3,000, so I don't really get it, but okay. But yeah, so basically, what is Albedo getting? Double damage and a massive chunk of damage percent. Yeah, I guess it's not here, huh? Which is generally going to be about 12% to non-HEXENZIRKEL party members and about 42 to HEXENZIRKEL party members. So, it's all to HEXENZIRKEL only? No, it's not. Yes, it is. I don't know why they're separated then. Whatever. You spend resin? I didn't spend my resin, but I condensed my resin, I think. It's fine. I don't want to see how much resin I have. It's okay. It's not like I opened my map so I could see how much resin I had, Genshin. It's fine. Just yeah, no, just it's okay. It doesn't even show it here. I think it says 121. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's 121. But yeah, so I'm alright. Anyway, so Albedo, right? Skill motion value.
Right now, I wish I was sitting at the top of a tree, looking out over on.
And damage percent buff. Tiny bit of a difference. Tiny, just a tiny difference. Man. Albedo Constellations. Albedo is available from the selector, so we can talk about his C1. His C1 sucks ass! Don't get it! I mean, 50% defense is, like, okay. Right? Like, the energy doesn't really matter. 50% defense is... Well, his base defense is 876, so it's like 438 defense. 438 defense is... 1.8-ish% more damage percent for the team. Assuming that passive is indeed not capped. Generally, the only times this is really going to matter is in teams that have really bad energy generation, and you have to go ER Sands to get his burst every rotation. But if you don't have to go ER Sands, generally going defense crit is enough to cap the buff. At least yeah. So this shouldn't be that much, honestly. C2. I haven't actually read this yet. Yeah, that's the stuff that was already there. It sucked ass or whatever. But Albedo is off field and Fatal Reckoning reaches max stacks. So once he's done skill damage 4 times, if there are any Aurelists on the field, he loses Fatal Reckoning, and 3 Fatal Blossoms will be generated around the active character. So he gets 900 motion value every 4 hits, right? But it's considered burst damage. Homuncular Nature. Is that his EM passive? It is. So that's kind of stupid. Because C1 fixes his potential energy problems, and then C2 makes it so you don't want to burst anymore. That's so funny. That's so funny. That's actually hilarious. But yeah, so C2 basically makes it so that every 4 skill hits, you get an additional 900% motion value, which is the equivalent of 2 skill hits. It's times 1.5 times his damage. And it removes the need to use burst. That's pretty okay. Not worth a C2, but I know a bunch of people already fucking have his C2 because they got baited in like 1.3 or whatever when he came out by, oh my god, you need C2 for Albedo's burst to scale with defense. So they just fucking have this shit already. It's not worthless anymore, so that's cool. C4. C4 makes him Xianyun. Straight up. He's Xianyun now. That's kind of funny. And C6, when burst is used, it consumes the Aurelists. And consuming the Aurelists does something. Until burst instant will enjoy the damage increase effect, but granted for max stacks of fatal. This sucks ass. Like, it makes his burst a bit better, but like, that sucks ass. Yeah, so his C6 still sucks ass. But honestly, like, fuck the constellations. Albedo got like major buffs to his C0. Let's... Who should we use as an example for this? What's a team where Albedo's an acceptable option right now that would actually make use of, like, that would actually get 2 HEXENZIRKEL characters? Navia? So, like, Navia with DURIN, basically? We can take a look at that, sure. We can take a look at Navia DURIN. Right? So, base defense. This is gonna be Albedo, Navia, Mawika DURIN. Not Mawika DURIN. Bennett DURIN. You know, I'm actually wondering, does Albedo out-damage Ito in an Ito team now? Anyways. Anyways. Base defense, 876. I guess we want all the stats, right? Base attack, attack percent, flat attack, total attack, base defense, defense percent, flat defense, total defense. Damage percent. Do Albedo versus Chiori? Sure. We can do that. Damage percent, 1, damage percent, 2, crit value, crit multiplier, E attack 1, E attack 2, E attack 3, motion value 1, motion value 2, motion value 3. Do you use his event weapon? You know, this is something I haven't said yet, but it's pretty important. The reason why Cinnabar Spindle is so good on Albedo is because Albedo sucks. Right? Cinnabar Spindle doesn't give you a lot of stats, right? What makes it good is, where is it? Cinnabar Spindle. What makes it good is that it has, like, direct motion value. 80% of defense is a third of Albedo's motion value on his skill prop. But guess what? They're fucking doubling his skill proc damage. So now instead of this increasing your damage by, like, a third, it increases it by a sixth. Comparatively, its effect is now half as effective as it used to be. Whereas every other weapon is now getting, or has their effectiveness staying the same, basically. Pretty sure you go Harbinger now? I don't know if you go Harbinger. Unironically, the flute of FISCHL isn't that bad. And if you go Harbinger, it can be difficult to cap out his defense passive. But that's actually the biggest problem, right? Like, realistically, Spindle is likely going to be less damage than the Harbinger, but you're not going to cap the defense passive with Harbinger. So you kind of have to go for either Flute or Spindle. Anyways, damage 1, damage 2, damage 3, damage, time, DPS. So, straightforward. I guess we Navia, Bennett, Albedo, DURIN. Start with Navia. Navia characters. Base attack 352, Serpent Spine 510, attack percent, power resonance, noblesse on Bennett. What would you do in this team? You probably do noblesse Bennett. Husk Albedo. And what the fuck do you do with this? Bro, DURIN doesn't have a good set, man. Two-piece. That's disgusting. That's so disgusting, man. Petra DURIN. Wait, you're kind of onto something. Straight up. I don't hate that. That's pretty good. I like that, actually. Yeah. I like that a lot. Progging the Petra isn't a problem if you have off-field Geo, and you do have off-field Geo. And Durin moves a bunch with his animations, so picking up the crystal shouldn't be a problem. Yeah, Lava Walker. Lava Walker is 35% damage to Durin. Actually, no, Petra doesn't buff Navia, so I guess it kind of sucks, huh? No, okay. Let's just do... Man. Yeah, you're kind of cooked. There's just no good set. Cinder City Bennett, and how is Bennett triggering a reaction in this team? Yeah, I guess you just go 2-piece, 2-piece, but that just sucks ass, huh? Yeah. Yeah, that's tragic. That's really tragic. Alright, that means for support sets, you only have one. You have Noblesse, right? Then you have substats. You have 40% attack from Navia's passive. You have 18 from... Is it 18? I think it's 18. From her set bonus. Yeah, it is. It's 18 and 50. It should be it. Attack sense. Flat attack, 350 plus 1050 from Bennett. Total attack. Okay. Damage percent on the skill. It's 45 from this, right? Yeah, 45, 46.6, 50. What else do we have? We have Geo-Resonance. Is that it? Serpent Spine. That's it. On normal attacks, we don't have this 45. But instead we have the 40 from passive. Albedo buff. I want to start with pre-buff. And then on the burst, we don't have any of them. Or, yeah, no, okay. Crit value. 98.4, 62.2, 20 times 6.6. Serpent Spine. Effective attack. Motion value. 671.2 times 4. 61.2 times 2. Nah, you don't. Normal attacks. What do we do? Do we just do N2D? 3 N2D? So 6 times 171.8 plus 158.9. Burst. 127.8. How many hits do you get from this again? So you get 1 at 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 17 hits. So 73.4 times 17. But half of them are not Bennett buffed. Basically. Close enough. Close enough. So then we have this times 190 divided by 390. And then we have just 20 shred, right? So 1.05. No, we have DURIN too. So that's 55 shred, 45, 1.225. 18-second rotation. Yeah. Okay. Albedo. 251 plus 454. 25, 20. What else? The substats. That's it. 350. Base defense. 876. Defense percent, 58.3. We probably go defense geocrit in this team, right? Because we go Husk. Husk is what, 54, I think? Husk. Husk of Opulent Dreams. 30 and then 24, right? Yeah. It's 54% defense. We get 69 from Spindle. We get about 30 from substats. Anything else? Any other source of defense? Not really. Maybe we can assume a bit more than 30 from subs, honestly. Let's just assume this. Fuck it. 32 from Flute. Pre-buff, you don't go Flute. You go Spindle. Anyways, damage percent on the skill. So 24 from the set bonus, 46.6 from the goblet. What else we got? 25% damage, and it's almost half uptime. So let's say like 12% damage from that. Resonance doesn't affect him because he's not on field. He's got Geo Ascension, 28.8. That should be it. And yeah. Crit value. Effective attack. Going to be total attack times 1 plus damage percent times crit multiplier. Effective defense. This. Did they just make Albedo stronger than Chiori? Yeah. Tiny bit. Motion value. Attack. 222. Defense. 227. It can hit up to once per 2 seconds. But in an 18-second rotation, you won't get 9 procs average. Generally, you'll get 8. Let's say 8. We're getting Cinnabar Spindle's effect, plus 80%. Okay. And then, yeah. Personal DPS free buff, 9k in this team. Alright, so pretty pathetic. Bennett, overall DPS will be at like 1k, basically. And then DURIN. DURIN's not on Humdigi Cat yet, right? Kind of annoying. Is the kid anywhere? Probably not, right? Like on none of the websites. Maybe it's on Hakushin. Not on Hakushin? GG. Then what? I guess we just... The thing is, none of them were, like, well formatted for the leaks. I guess Flip's post wasn't too bad. For formatting. It wasn't perfect, but it's okay. To be on Hanji got tomorrow? Yeah, I know. Bro, where the fuck did it go? Oh. Bro, how much does bro post in a day? Jesus Christ. Okay. So during base attack, 330. What should we go in this team? For weapon? I guess we just look at Moonweavers for now, because it's straightforward. Attack percent, we get the same team buffs. We get Moonweavers. We get attack main stat. Flat attack's gonna be this, total attack, yeah. Damage percent, what do we get? So we said we're going 2-piece, which is fucking pathetic and sad. But it is what it is. So 2-piece, that means we get 35 damage percent from the 2-piece, 46.6 from Ascension, 20 from Moonweavers. Anything else? No resonance. No snapshotted Bennett buff. No nothing. Yeah. Does he get damage percent from his kit? He doesn't, right? No. No, he doesn't. Yeah. And then for non-burst damage, this is going to be 15. This is going to be gone. Crit value, 98.4, 62.2, 20 times 6.6. Anything else? No. Good multiplier. By the way, chat, can we just take a second to appreciate that they made Durin's burst cost 70 and his skill refund a flat 33 energy just so Moonweaver's Dawn wouldn't be good on him? Like, he effectively just has a 37 cost burst. But I guess they didn't want Moonweaver's Dawn to be good on him, so they... I don't know, man. Why did they do that? Like, why? Whatever. Effective attack 1 is gonna be... this. Yep. Effective attack 2 is gonna be minimum of this 2000. Yup. Effective attack 3 is gonna be this. That. Motion value 1. Okay, so motion value 1, that's the amount of burst hits that we get. It hits every 1.25 seconds. So you should get 14 to 15, probably 14 hits. So 14 hits of the pathetic one. The pathetic one is 232.7. So 14 times 232.7. That's talent level 10 though. So let's do times 93% for talent level 9 approximation. And then we add the burst initial hit, which is 157.1 plus 118.1 plus 134.9. Motion value 2. So this is going to be the amount, the burst hits. Yeah, so this is 50% times 14. Motion value 3 is just the skill initial cast. So 190%, 190.1. Okay. But our shred is not this. We only have 35 shreds, so 25, so 125. Yup. Yeah. So this team ain't looking too hot, but that's kind of to be expected. Navia is not a character that's balanced around being good with characters like this. For Navia to shine, you need something to do during the downtime she has. Anyways, this is what it would be with pre-buff Albedo. We can compare that to Shilonen as well, right? So if we just take this, place it here. Look at Shilonen instead. Override this to be 1000. And add the Shilonen buffs instead of Albedo's stuff. What are the Shilonen buffs? We get 40 damage %. We get 36 shred. So we go right now we're at 55 shred. Plus 36, we're now at 81 shred, so 71, so 355. Does that make sense? You lose DURIN shred. Oh yeah, that's true. I'll keep it there for now, though. Because I wanna just compare Navia personal damage with the amount of buffs provided by these characters, right? So we're gonna assume that you get 2 HEXENZIRKEL DURIN, even though you wouldn't in this team. Okay, so we gain an additional 36 shred, which is 18. Yeah, wait, that doesn't make sense. What am I fucking yapping about, man? DURIN is 35, 55. Oh, yeah, it's 91, not 81. I'm an idiot. So, yeah, this is 405. Yeah, and this is 36 plus 35, 7. This is 71. So 61, so 305. Yeah. So, if you compare pre-buff Albedo to Shilonen in a team like this, with the assumption that DURIN would do the same thing with Shilonen and Albedo, I don't understand why we suppose something impossible. It's because right now we're trying to quantify how much of an impact Albedo's buff has for Albedo himself, right? But obviously, part of what's gonna make him better is gonna be the fact that DURIN is good. But right now we're not looking at DURIN stuff at all. So we just want to know, with everything else being equal, pre-buff Albedo versus Shilonen versus post-buff Albedo in a Navia team. But you can't really do with everything else being equal, because if you do Mawika in the last slot, post-buff Albedo doesn't get his bonuses. And if you do DURIN in the last slot, Shilonen doesn't get her bonuses. Or sorry, DURIN doesn't get the bonuses because of Shilonen. But I just want to compare how much work is being done by that second Geo slot. So we kind of have to lie to ourselves a little bit. Anyways, we have our frame of reference, right? We have pre-buff Albedo, and we have Shilonen, assuming that she would work with DURIN. Let's now take a look at post-buff Albedo. Post-buff Albedo, pretty straightforward, right? 1, motion value. 2, damage percent. But Navia doesn't get any damage percent from this, right? So the damage percent is only to him and to DURIN. 12%. The in-game screen recording that Dim provided had the 12% specify magic characters. So I don't know if she actually does get the 12. She might not. I guess for now we can assume that she does, because we're getting conflicting leaks. But whatever. But yeah. And with those assumptions, Albedo is now doing more than Shilonen in this team. Even with the 12% buff for Navia. So on a team that's using a HEXENZIRKEL character as the main source of damage, Albedo will be noticeably better. I don't think we want to compare to Chiori, because I think everyone's just going to be sad if we do. But yeah, as it turns out, fucking doubling a character's damage tends to make a difference, dude. Who could have seen that one coming? Doubling their damage and giving them a team buff kind of matters. Wow, that's crazy. Now, let's take a look at what happens with Albedo. If you just fucking slot him in, flex tape Albedo, okay? Flex tape Albedo. If he gets no buffs from the rest of the team, no Geo Resonance, no Geo Shred, no nothing. Okay, just putting Albedo in a team, how much is he doing? These things. 24. What was the 24 from? His own buff? No. His own buff was this one. 24 was Husk. You're right. Thank you. Husk, Goblet, his passive, his Ascension stat, his own, like HEXENZIRKEL buff now. Yeah. And then 0.9. But yeah. So now, flex tape albedo just to activate HEXENZIRKEL resonance. Just press E once, swap out. Is 14k plus 14k team DPS. Won't Golden Troop be better? It's gonna be difficult to max out his defense for the buffs if he's on Golden Troop. Replace weapon. I don't know if the other weapons are actually better. Like, let me actually, instead of doing 42 damage percent, let me plus it's 14% minimum of 42, 14% of defense. No, it's not 14%. Is it? It is 14%. 14% of defense divided by 100 or 1,000. 1,000. There we go. Yeah. Yeah. So this is Cinnabar Spindle. He's at 14k. You can. Let me just fucking put these at 0 so I can control down arrow. And copy the whole fucking row. There we go. Okay, so that was Spindle. If instead of Spindle we go Flute of Esbetal, you lose 700 DPS. If instead of the Flute of Esbetal you go Harbinger, or 1. Good value. 46.9. 28 times 2. Yeah, it's worse. What about Defense Circlet, though? Plus 46, or Goblet, sorry. Plus 58.3. Lose this. It's better than Flute, but it's still worse than Spindle. It's not that far, though. Do C1 and C2. His C1, right, he goes from 14k to 16k. It's 2k team DPS. It's not that big of a deal, honestly. Do Golden Troop too. Golden Troop's gonna have the same problem. But I guess we can take a look at Golden Troop with Defense Goblet. That might be solid as well. So instead of 54 from this, you get 58.3 from a Goblet. And instead of 24 and 46, we get 70 from Golden Troop. That's just... Is that just better? You get 58 defense instead of 54, and you get 70 damage instead of 70.6. So you gain, you get 4%. That's C1. No, that's not C1. There's no 50%. Because the Husk is 54% defense, right? And 24 damage percent. So defense, damage percent. So defense, or damage goblet husk is 54% defense and 24 plus 46.6 damage percent. And defense goblet golden troop is 58.3 defense and 70 damage percent. Right? So you're losing 0.6 damage percent to gain 4.3 defense. So I guess it's good. But they're really fucking similar. Isn't Chiori's Sig better? I mean, yeah, obviously Chiori's Sig is gonna be better than fucking Cinnabar Spindle and Harbinger of Dawn, but like... Yeah, the fact that Golden Troop is about as good is a pretty big deal, because no one wants to farm Husk. Yeah, that's a good point. Although I will say, it's really hard to reach 3k defense if you go Golden Troop and your weapon isn't a defense weapon. You might have to go triple defense main stat. Because this was Golden Troop with Spindle. Alright, if you're using... How much defense do you get from Chiori's Sig, actually? 20? It's not a lot. So if you're using Chiori's Sig, 542. Defense percent. Instead of 69, we get 20. Remove the Spindle proc. Okay. And now gain the stats. Skill damage, 24. No, 48. Crit value, 88.2. Right? So this is... God, that's so... 2.5k DPS, that's so pathetic. God. Was this Golden Troop? Yeah, this was Golden Troop, right? Yeah, your total defense is at 2400. So, you're not getting the full Hex buff. Right? Are you getting like 34, 33, 34 instead of 42? Missing 8% damage percent for the rest of your team? I guess 2.5k tends to be more than 8% damage percent, but it's pretty close. And then if you go plus 58.3 minus 62.2, you lose 200 personal DPS if you go defense circlet. But you gain 9 damage percent for the rest of your team, and that is worth it. So yeah, if you have this weapon and that's what you're gonna be using on Albedo, you want triple defense main stat if you don't want to farm Husk. Like if you're giving him the Golden Troop, you want triple defense. Anyways, what about Bomb Patrol? Honestly, as long as you get to 3k, you're fine. Or like close to 3k. You don't need to actually reach 3k. But just think about it this way, right? It kind of works like Client, right? Where up until a certain breakpoint, the stat is very good. But once you reach that breakpoint, it kind of sucks ass. Like ER, kinda. I'm considering getting his free C2 as a discount. Well, if you're already at C1, it changes things, right? Because it's definitely not worth pulling for. But if you're already at C1 and you're considering getting his C2 from the selector, I think the C2 is definitely better than the C1. Like, we can take a look at what the C2 does. So let's fucking get rid of all this shit. Alright, we stay. This is Spindle. C0 Flex Tape. Flex Tape Albedo. C0, C1, C2. So C1 is just 50% defense. Wonder if you go damage Goblet here. Minus 58.3. And this is... minus 58.3. Plus 46.6. No. It's worse. Okay. But yeah, C2. Yeah, so it's a 900 motion value every 4 hits. And we get 8 hits, so it'll proc twice per rotation. It's burst damage though. But this was Husk. So we don't have any like skill specific damage. All of our damage is just normal damage percent, like to everything. So 900% times 2. Yeah. So like the amount of damage you're gaining from the C1 is about 2k. From the C2 is about 6k. That's if you're using him as a flex taper, right? If you're using him in a team where he does actual damage with Georesonance with DURIN, this 2k becomes 3k, this 6k becomes 10k. But yeah. The thing with the C2 is that it's useful for multiple reasons, right? One, it's this, right? Like, it, in terms of damage, it does a lot more than C1. But two, it also means you don't have to use his burst. You get the EM bonus without having to use burst, and his burst sucks ass. Right? You only use the burst because the EM bonus can be good, but that's it. But yeah. The point of this whole comparison was to basically to say, like, Albedo's buffs are massive. In terms of personal damage, he's actually pretty okay now. And his personal damage is high enough that just putting him as a fucking flex tape option in any team where you need to activate the HEXENZIRKEL resonance for DURIN is always going to be an acceptable choice. Wasn't that his original role to begin with? Pretty much, yeah. MED level. The ceiling for Albedo's damage is going to be a bit lower than MED's. But the floor is going to be higher. Yeah, and he provides buff. Like, he provides actual big buffs. 42 damage percent, 125 EM? That's so much, man. That's like a main stat and a half's worth of stats. More than that, actually. Like, it's pretty close to 2 main stats. It's a lot of stats, man. But it's only the HEXENZIRKELs, right? It's only to witches. Non-witches don't fucking get any value, right? They only get 12, so it's so much less. Doesn't being Geo mean he'll steal element? No. Generally, Geo doesn't interfere with your reactions. It can sometimes, but it doesn't tend to be much of a problem. I think the biggest thing about Albedo is I think there's going to be a lot of witches that don't have the best synergy with other witches, and Albedo being a very flexible character is basically going to be him enabling your witch passives to work on other characters pretty easily without interfering with what your teams are trying to do. Is that going to matter that much in too many teams? I don't know yet. We'll have to see. Like what team? Well, like the Navia team, for example. I go Razor to be about 85k and 4-star only. What, C6 Bennett, FISCHL, SUCROSE? That tracks, I think. It's like 10k higher than Raiden, right? More? No, I think the channeling versions of Raiden in the Maui. Well, okay, technically Mauika Raiden is still probably better. Where you do like Mauika, Raiden, Eon Sun Chauffeurs, and you just spin on Mauika until you're out of Night Soul, and then you do Raiden Burst and then immediately swap out. That's probably over 100k. Right, like TOM Raiden. But like actual Raiden Overload teams are probably about 10k behind Razor now. He does like 1.1 mil DPR from what I've seen, and Raiden in Overload is like 600 to 700. Razor's animations are longer than they seem. His field time is pretty long, and he doesn't work that well with characters like Channeling. Like, Raiden is inherently kind of designed to have lower DPR, right? Like, that makes sense. That doesn't mean that he's doing twice as much because he's doing twice the DPR, right? Anyways. Vegan agenda post that Razor is better than Inephiles Flins. Oh god. That's crazy. That's fucking wild. Alright, man. Not anymore with FISCHL Sucrose. Yeah, I guess that's true. Anyways, That's enough introduction for Albedo. We'll come back and do a bunch of counts for all of these characters. Like, we are going to be live for a long time today. But I haven't finished looking at all of them yet, so let's move on to the next one and we'll come back to Albedo later. The next one is probably the one I'm personally the most excited for. Oh, they didn't include the fucking default stuff for Mona. I gotta find it. Okay, so... Okay. So, Mona's new HEXENZIRKEL passive. When Mona's normal attacks or charge attacks hit an opponent, she gains 1 stack of Phantasmal Bubble, lasting for 8 seconds. Max 3 stacks. Phantasmal Bubble can be gained once every 0.1 seconds. If any character in the party triggers Vaporize, all of Mona's Phantasmal Bubble stacks are consumed, increasing the Vaporize damage by 10% per stack consumed. Additionally, when Mona's normal or charge attacks hit an opponent affected by an omen, the omen's duration is extended by 2 seconds up to a maximum of 8 seconds. They're making Mona a driver. There's 2 main consequences of this change. One, you can do a few normal attacks on Mona after your burst, and end up, instead of having about 4 seconds omen uptime, because by the time you fucking swap to your carry after your burst, you've already lost a second, basically. You end up with like 10-ish seconds omen uptime, because you spend about 2 seconds doing 4 normals, but then you swap to your carry, and sure, you lost 2 seconds, but you gained 8, so you're now at 10. That's a pretty big deal. How big is this for Skirk? Skirk does not have 2 witches on the team. So Skirk does not activate this effect. No witches? Nicole Shirley, true. But honestly, the thing about Mona is, like, one, this effect is a massive deal for, like, Molani. It's a massive deal if you want to use her as a driver for off-field damage dealers, right? If you want to use her with DURIN. If you want to use her with Shangling. But also, her constellations are getting fucking juiced, man. Oh my god. So, first, C1 is getting a change, where if the character that triggers the reaction that benefits from the C1 bonuses is off-field, the effects are increased to 24 instead of 15. Nice little buff. Not that big of a deal. It's okay. It's alright. It is what it is. But the thing is, honestly, the biggest buff to the C1 is that it also benefits from the extended uptime on this, right? Previously, the C1 had an uptime of about 13 seconds, because it lasts for 8 seconds after you hit an opponent affected by an omen, and the omen lasts for 5, so up to 13-ish. Now it's going to be pretty much full uptime no matter what. C2. Right, the C2, as a reminder, makes it so that when Mona does a normal attack, there's a chance that you get an automatic charge attack on top. I guess I can't show it, right? Servers are down. But there's a chance that you get an automatic charge attack on top of it. They're buffing this, and they're making it so that, 1, the first time you normal attack after your burst, this effect is guaranteed to happen. And 2, whenever a charge attack deals damage, she gives the team 80 EM. So they're increasing the amount of reaction bonus Mona is giving. Not just from the increasing it on the C1 when your on-fielder is Mona, or like when your damage dealer is on field, but also by directly giving EM from this. C4. Witches gain 15 crit damage on top of the 15 crit rate. And C6, which is fucking insane, by the way. In order to activate this right now, you need to stay inside your alternate dash for over a full second. They're changing it so that this also activates if a nearby enemy is affected by an omen. So you don't need to be dashing anymore. Also, her charge attack damage gets multiplied by 2 against enemies affected by an omen. I haven't done any calcs on this yet, but I really want to. Cause bro, this shit is gonna be insane. Better than Molani? I don't think so. But like, it won't be bad. I'll tell you that. So it gives 60% or 180, but every 3 seconds. It gives 60% per second. So if you charge attack every second, it's 60%. If you charge attack every 2 seconds, it's 120%. If you charge attack every 3 seconds, it's or longer, it's 180%. Basically, you gain a stack that gives you 60% on your next charge attack every second. And you use up all of them when you charge attack. I don't know if forward Vate Mona with that, or like just on field Mona with an off fielder that deals damage that is reacting, that is vaping, is gonna be better. I guess we should take a look, right? So base attack, attack percent, flat attack, total attack. Damage percent 1, damage percent 2. Okay. Doesn't Mona always do a normal attack before her charge attack? Not necessarily. Her default gameplay does, but maybe you do it differently at C6 because it's kind of boosted. Like, it has a true multiplier of ×2 and 180 damage percent and 60 from the Omen and 45 CV from the C4 and 15 vape damage and 80 EM. Like, it it's a lot of ands, you know? Is the base multiplier not still ass? I mean, 255 isn't that bad, right? We don't really have an attack scaler that vapes their hits a lot, right? But I think we just take a look at Child's Burst, right? Child's range burst is 643. Mona's charge attack with the true multiplier from C6 is 510, right? With all the buffs she gets, it's gonna hit way harder than a Child Burst. Yeah, we can compare it to Gaming, actually. Right? Gaming, sound level 12, 460. But Gaming doesn't have all the fucking self buffs in his kit that Mona does. But obviously this is a fucking C6 character, right? Like, yeah, it's a standard character, and getting her at C6 eventually is achievable for people that care about it, because they can just pick her up. But it's not something that can be assumed as a default, right? Thank you for the raid. And like, C5 does fucking nothing compared to C6, right? Like, let's just look at the damage of one charge attack. Okay? With Mona, Bennett, Sucrose, DURIN? DURIN's gonna suck ass here, though. Albedo, you need Pyro. I guess you just go Shine Lang. Or you could quick swap. Swap to Bennett, back to Mona. I don't hate that, actually. You have to wait for your first charge attack anyways. So, like, what if you just do a Maoika burst while you wait? Yeah, sure. Fuck it. No fighting spirit? Just do it every other rotation. It doesn't matter. Because you can do a 30, like, you can do a 15-second rotation with this team. But Mona's energy is going to be cooked. Yeah, Mona's energy is going to be too cooked. Anyway, let's look at this for now. Just the damage of one charge attack in a setup with a team like this, right? And I want to look at the damage at C5 versus C6. So, Mona gets damage percent from ER. That is true. That is true. I mean, you probably go ER Sen straight up. So, 287 plus Widsith. Attack percent, power resonance. 20% from Noblesse. 20% from substats. Honestly, I don't think you go TTDS Sucrose. It sounds like too much of a headache for rotations. So I think you just do Sac Frog Sucrose. Are there any other sources of attack? Resonance, substats, Noblesse. It's just Bennett buff, right? When Widsith, I guess. What's said on Mona? That's a good question. The trigger condition for Heart of Depth sounds sus. Using skill messes with your... In a forward vape team, it messes with your stuff too much. Nymph? Isn't that the same problem, though? Yeah. I guess you just go Wanderer's Troop. Yeah. So, damage percent. What do we have? We have Omen. We have Cinder City. We have Mawika every other rotation. 15% average. We have ER Sen, so about 200 ER. Her passive gives her 20% of that as damage percent. We have Wanderers. I think that's it, right? Main stat. Actually, this is an attack goblet angle, isn't it? Probably. For now, let's look at damage goblet. Oh yeah, there's also Sucrose. Sucrose is 12 to 13, whatever. And can you put the 200 times 20 in brackets? No. What's the Sucrose buff? HEXENZIRKEL buff. She gives 12 to... She gives 90 divided by 7 damage percent. Sucrose C6, she's not infusing or Hydro. Isn't Scroll better? We already have Scroll. Yeah, I said, yeah, Goblet. For now, we'll look with Goblet, but I think Attack Goblet might be better. EM. Does the C4 give any stats again? I forgot. Yeah, it's crit. Okay. So, EM, we have 80 from Wanderers, 80 from Substats. I forgot Widsith here. 16 from Widsith. 80 from Widsith. Around 230 from Sucrose. Is that it? It is, right? To give Wits of attack? Yeah, I added it. We gotta replace Moika for DURIN. BDSM as a team name is too peak to pass. True. Nah, but I don't think... If you're trying to do forward vape Mona, I'm pretty sure Moika's a lot better. But reverse Mona, DURIN is probably better. Sucrose C6 doesn't have a witch buff. It does, but only if you use burst, and using burst is going to be a little sus in this team. So whatever. We're just going to skip it. Yeah, multiplier. Did I add the Wanderers? I did, yeah. But yeah. So the attack. It is total attack times 1 plus damage percent times, yeah, multiplier. I forgot the crit. Crit value, crit multiplier. 60, 62.2, 20 times 6.6. That's it. So, motion value by default is just 510, right? No, yeah, 510, because it's vape, so it's 255 multiplied by 2. 45 C4. We're starting with C0. So damage 1 CA. That doesn't make sense. Did forget what's with crit. That feels low. I feel like it's supposed to be higher. No, I guess it does make sense for C0. Because you get a lot from the cons. This is not 11k. This is 111k. Anyways. C1 gives 15 EM multiplier. C2 gives 80 EM. C4 gives 45 CV. And C6 gives 180 damage percent and multiplies this by 2. So it's... The C4 is doing a little bit. Or the C6 is doing a little bit, you know? A tiny little bit. Yeah, let's check attack goblet. So this was... Okay, so attack goblet is worse before C6, but it's slightly better at C6. What about EM goblet? 459k. No, it's worse. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. I did have the crit damage from Witsit, yes. This is on a 1 charge attack, by the way. Technically, not every charge attack that you do will do this. This is if you have all 3 stacks. If you only have 2 stacks instead of 3. It's gonna be doing 400k instead of 450k. But like, yeah. 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 How many can she get? She's honestly more gated by stamina than anything else. With good gameplay, you can probably get 5. She gets 1 free CA from C2, not in vape. Because if you normal attack, the normal attack vapes, and then the charge attack doesn't vape, it applies hydro and it ruins your things. Yeah, I mean technically if you can time it right you could, but it's fake. Like that's not happening. Like what you're actually supposed to do is probably Mona burst and then normal attack once, get this proc for unvaped charge attack, get Hydro App onto the enemy, Mawika burst, vape that. And then back to Mona to vape her stuff. But like, this should be fairly similar to Molani, if not slightly better. If the stamina doesn't fuck you over too bad. For C6 Mona. Who's the second Hex character? Sucrose. My goat. If you don't want to have to deal with Sucrose setups, you can do Albedo instead. So, and it's gonna be worse, obviously, because you lost your fucking shred now. Right, so your charge attacks individually are doing a decent amount less, but you don't have to deal with VV uptime anymore, and you have an additional 14k personal DPS from Albedo. It's probably pretty similar in overall DPS, honestly. Shouldn't it be higher with Mona buffing him? That's true, actually. We can take a look at Albedo damage in this team. Like, I'm down. But you don't have Resonance, so you don't have any real shred, right? You could replace Malika for DURIN here for Albedo personal DPS. But I don't know if Albedo personal DPS outpaces Mawika personal DPS in something like this. I guess Mawika personal DPS requires better uptime, and Albedo's doesn't. So DURIN is probably okay, honestly, but DURIN off-field is probably high enough that you'd rather vape him instead of vaping Mona. And then at that point, you don't want Bennett in the team anymore. Right? You'd probably rather go for, like... I guess you'd go ALBEDO Sucrose, right? Yeah. Anyways, ALBEDO, base defense, 876. Defense percent, 58.3. 54. 30. 69. Damage percent. Goblet. Husk. Ascension passive. Or Ascension stat. Ascension passive. In this one. That's it for the team buffs, I think. Right. Coleman. Right. Crit value. Effective. Motion value. I mean, it's fucking 227 plus 240 plus 80 for proc. And no shred. So each proc is hitting for 33k. DPS around 16k. Yeah. I wonder if there's ever a world where Mona Shilonen, ALBEDO Mawika with double carry, alternating Mona forward vape carry with Mawiko reverse vape carry is a thing. At Mona C6 it probably is. Before Mona C6 it's probably a bit too sus. How are we getting Pyro Aura? The forward vape Mona stuff is like you just stare at the enemy and then you charge attack. And then you stare at the enemy and then you charge attack. And then you stare at the enemy and then you charge attack. In between charge attacks, you can go refresh your buffs, though, which is nice. If you're not on, like, really high ping. You do a charge attack on Mona, you go refresh your Loden skill. You do a charge attack on Mona, you go use Albedo's burst, you use a charge attack on Mona, and then you set up your next rotation. That sounds so fun to play. What the fuck? That sounds so fun to play. Fuck me, man. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna get Mona C6 from the selector then. Because I'm at C5. That actually sounds so fun. Omen gets extended by charge attacks too? I think so. I suppose. Yeah. No. Yeah, it does. Oh, I forgot this fucking thing. I guess you don't get a lot of stacks in the forward vape team, though. You only get one stack. But I should add it, you know? Plus 1.1. It's like 7% more damage. I use my free con on TT instead of Mona. Rip Bozo. Isn't it always active with Omen? In order to get stacks, you need to do normal and charge attacks. But if Mona is forward vaping, you only do one charge attack per vape, because that's what's vaping. It's the charge attack. You'll be only at one stack on each charge attack. You want to get to 3? Stacks can only be consumed by other characters. Does it say that? If any character in the party triggers Vaporize. But no, it does not say that. Anyways, that's like meme stuff though, right? Like, Mona's actual thing is gonna be as a driver, where she's not the one getting reactions. So let's take a look at her personal damage in that. Right? So... Mona... Albedo... Shilonen... DURIN. Start with this. Do we still go with Sith here? Okay. How much damage percent do you get from Fav? Right, Fav is 45.9. So it gives you 10 damage percent. I guess it's not a lot. But you might struggle to get to your ER requirements if you're not on Fav, is like the thing I'm worried about. Because this is a team that can do asynchronous rotations where you just want to have as much uptime as possible on all of your stuff. Which means if you have like really high ER on Mona, you just get to basically have permanent Omen. Yeah, and you catch your own barnacles. Because, like, in a team like this, by default, right? 3, 1.8, 1, 0.62, 1.2. She makes 3.33. She catches her own. That's it. Shilonen gets 1 skill. Is it 4 or 5? I forgot. I think it's 4. It might be 5. It's 4. Okay. So Shilonen gets 1 skill. Albedo. It's 66% per proc. So if you want to burst every like 16 seconds, that's 7 to 8 procs. Let's say 5 average from Albedo. 3 caught, 2 non-caught. Then DURIN particles. Do we know what DURIN particles are? Actually. 4. I can believe that. I can believe 4. But yeah, so if you don't have her on Fav and you have someone else on Fav, her ER requirements are at 240%. It's fucking sus as hell, man. You're not reaching that. Like, you can reach that, but at that point, you're probably better off going 5 with an attack sense or something. Alright, because with 5, you can get 2 procs. And yeah, then your ER requirements just don't exist. Yeah. Even with 1 proc, 5 substat plus ER Ascension is enough. Yeah. Pretty sure we go 5. True. Yeah, so this was okay, we don't have our resonance anymore. We still have substats. We don't have Witsith anymore. We still have Noblesse. Noblesse on DURIN, yeah. Now we have attack sense. Damage percent. Omen. Yup. 40. What was the 40 from? That was Cinder City, right? Yeah. We still have Cinder City. Malika is gone. Her own thing, just from the ER you get by default from having 5 plus ER Ascension, yeah. 35 was Wanderer's Troop. We don't go Wanderer's Troop anymore, but I don't know what set we go. 42 from ALBEDO. Yeah, this one was with ALBEDO. 16 from Witsith, that's gone. 46.6 from main stat, that's probably still there. Maybe attack sense is already better here. Yeah, what set would we go? Probably just Noblesse? But you want Noblesse on DURIN. I guess you can go TOM on Mona then. Alright. TOM is probably pretty solid here, yeah. Emblem doesn't do much. Most of her damage will be charge attack damage and normal attack damage. Yeah. Okay. EM. 80 from substats. What was this 80 from? It was from... There was one Wanderers. What was the other 80 from? This was from ALBEDO, that stays. What was the second 80 from? That was... Mona buff? No, that was separate. Witsith? Yes, it was Witsith. Okay, now we've gotten rid of all the Witsith things. There we go. Okay. So... No, we didn't. We still need to get rid of this thing. There we go. Now we've gotten rid of all the Witsith things. Effective attack. We're not vaping for shit here. I guess I should just have both. The attack, vape. And then the attack non-vape. Just remove the EM multiplier. Motion value vape. Motion value just motion value normal. Damage vape. Damage unvaped. Damage time DPS. Motion value. So yeah, by default, you probably just spam normal attacks. Yeah, so at C0 it's gonna be pretty pathetic. I'll be right back, chat. Good. I'm back. Hello. So true. Thank you for the prime. Ice milk tea. Next month though. True. Okay. So. Where is... I don't have her open anymore. Petra Mona? No. You're not gonna be Petraing Pyro. You'll be Petraing Hydro and that won't do shit. Okay. So... 63.9 plus 61.2 plus 76.2 plus 95.5. That's the normal attack string. What? You're telling me her normal attack string does exact... Okay, no. That was just rounded. Okay, I was like, what the fuck? Why 3? Okay. 54.4 times 4. Plus 226. And then the burst. 752. How many attack strings do we get in a team like this? 4? Maybe? 4 attack strings? More than that? I think something like 4 makes sense. Nah, you get more than that. You spend a good amount of time. It should be 5, I think. Nah, let's do 4. Whatever. 4 attack strings. Although, I guess you would weave in some charge attacks if you want to min-max, but I don't know if that's worth it. At C0. Probably isn't. Plus 255. Times 0. Maybe... Yeah, it probably isn't worth it. At C0. It probably isn't worth it to weave in charge attacks until C6, where you get damage bonus on them. Anyways, damage vape is going to be this times 190 divided by 390 times 1.13. Right? Yeah. Unvaped. This. Damage. Time. So our personal DPS here is pretty pathetic at C0. We'll take a look how that progresses with cons. But first, let's add in Albedo. 8, 76, 58.3, 54. Is this Black Durin or Red Durin? This is Black Durin. What I'm expecting, by the way, the result I'm expecting to see is that this team with C0 Mona is like 80k, and with C6 Mona is like 105 to 110k. That's what I'm expecting right now. But we'll see if my expectation gets proven right or wrong. Will we get banner review today? We are going to be waiting for the patch to go live for a really long time. We probably have time to finish all this fucking yap about witches and do the banner review before the patch drops. So probably. But it's not my priority. Which DC is my priority right now? Anyways, so 54, 30 from substats, 69 from weapon. Damage percent. So 40 from Chilonen, 60 from Omen. Unlike on Mona's personal damage, this is not 100% uptime, but it will be pretty close. Let's do 50. We don't have this passive. We do have this. We do have this. We have 12% from Albedo's own thing. Is there anything else? Don't think so. Why are people saying Mawika's high grade like it's a bad thing? Literally the best character in the game. Because the situations where DURIN is a Mawika's high grade are the situations where Mawika isn't very good. And you're just using Mawika because there isn't a good pyro in the slot yet. And Mawika is just broken enough to brute force her way into the team. She's not actually synergistic in those teams. She's just good enough that her personal damage makes up for the lack of synergy. And being a side grade to Mawika in those teams is not good for a character who's designed to be in those teams, right? That's why people say Mawika's high grade as a negative for DURIN. But we're still very early into stuff, so take everything with a grain of salt. Okay, did I miss any damage percent? Mona buff, Cinder City. Yeah, I missed Husk. I missed Husk. There we go. Crit value, just gonna be the same as this, right? Motion value, we'll have 8 procs of 227, 80, 240. We have Geo Resonance. Albedo personal damage here. Personal DPS at around 23k. My god, he's putting the team on his back, isn't he? Fucking hell, man. I should include his actual attack too. So how much attack does he have? So 251 plus 454. That's his base attack times 1 plus we have Noblesse DURIN, TOM Mona, 40% attack. And 20-ish from substats. 350. That's his attack. Effective attack. So his effective attack will be about half his effective defense. His motion value attack gonna be 222 plus 624 plus 122.4 times 3. And now, yeah, his DPS goes up by like 3k from using the burst. Shilonen, I might as well fucking actually have her damage. It's not a lot, but who cares? This is a team that can very easily get 2 Shilonen skills. Because you are not particularly attached to staying on Mona during the field time. You just don't want to swap back to DURIN, right? But you can afford to go and refresh your buffs, generate more energy. You're fucking chilling. I guess that means you could get away without 5 Codex on Mona. If you go 5 Shilonen and you get 2 procs per rotation. Whatever. Base defense, 930. Defense percent, 50 or 36. 58.7. Is that it? Why not use Bennett here? Because Mona isn't doing too much damage and DURIN doesn't snapshot. 30 from substats, I guess. Damage percent, we have Omen, we have Cinder City, we have Albedo buff, we have Goblet. We don't have... What was the 24 from again? The 12 was from Albedo Ascension passive average. 24 was Husk. Yes, it was Husk. Thank you. We don't have that either. Does she not get any damage percent from her shit? I don't think so, right? No, but she gets defense. I always forget about this 20% defense, man. Okay, crit value, yaw. Crit multiplier, yaw. Effective defense, yaw. Motion value. 304. 2 times 304.6 plus more new footage for the buff characters if you want to check. I will take a look at that, thank you. 102.9. 101.1. Okay. This is supposed to be 1.23. Fine. But yeah, like, it's not a lot, but 4K is 4K, right? You get so much team-wide buffing in this team that Shilonen's EN2 is still hitting for almost 40K, right? Like, it's not nothing. Anyways, finally, DURIN. It is nothing. Listen, okay? 330. What weapon do we go for in this team? Do we just go Moonweaver? I fucking hate assuming Moonweaver, though, because it's such a dogshit weapon, but, like, he doesn't have a good weapon. God. Wolfang. Wolfang is, like, okay. I guess we can assume it. Fine. Content craftable. You don't want to be forced to Shilonen Burst. And Finale isn't really that much better than Moonweaver anyways. We'll just assume Moonweaver for simplicity's sake, but yeah. Anyways, attack percent. So, what do we get for attack percent? Pretty much get all the same buffs as Mona, right? So, the team buffs, the substats, the attack sans. We additionally get 27.6 from Moonweaver. And that is it. Damage percent. What do we get? So, 50% average from Omen. 40% from Cinder City. Now, the problem here is I don't know if I should expect people to actually get Cinder City on both elements. It's very doable, though. The fact that DURIN doesn't snapshot means that you have a lot of flexibility in terms of setups, right? It's better when characters snapshot, but they're easier to pilot when they don't. Because your order of abilities matters less. I think we can safely assume that you get Cinder City on both, sure. No, you can't vape Omen in this team, because, and this is something that, that is, like, really stupid. And it's very understandable if you didn't know this. Bubble and Omen ICD are shared. Which means if you pop the Omen less than 2.5 seconds after using Burst, it will not apply Hydro. And it will not vape. Even though her Burst itself doesn't deal damage. It's very unfortunate. Anyways. 20% from Moonweavers. Did I include... I did not include Geo-Resonance here. 15 damage percent on Mona. 15 on Shilonen. Yeah. Yeah, the 42 damage percent from ALBEDO and Shilonen. You're right, this should be 12. Thank you. Okay, so... Omen, Cinder City, Moonweaver, ALBEDO, Goblet. That's it, right? Artifact set bonus, Crimson Witch. No, we said Noblesse. We said Noblesse. I guess Crimson Witch is probably better in that team with Mona C0. But I don't know how the fucking uptime ends up lining up. So maybe not. I'll just assume Noblesse for simplicity's sake. It's fine. Yeah. And then on the non-burst stuff, we don't have Moonweavers. We don't have Noblesse. EM. We have 80 from Substats, 125 from ALBEDO. EM multiplier, plus 1.7. Oh yeah, also, I just realized, does white mode happen when you input normal or when you input skill? It's when you input skill, right? So black mode is when you input normal, right? That means you can only get one stack of Crimson Witch. That's so stupid! Fuck! His DPS mode gets less stacks of Crimson Witch than his support mode. Why? Make it the other way around! Fuck! Whatever. Whatever, man. Stupid game. Holy fuck. Okay. Crit. It's crit Ascension. Did I include the 28 damage percent from Ascension on ALBEDO? I didn't. I knew I was forgetting something, man. There we go. Yeah, they're probably making a new set for him. It is what it is. Is there anything else here? I don't think so. So now, effective attack, vape. An effective attack. Okay. And now the tragedy. Right, first I'll show you guys what I was initially assuming for DURIN, which was no ICD on burst. So you should be getting about 15 hits here. So 93% of, let's say, 13 are vaped. Times 1.5. Then 2 aren't vaped. And this, like, setup thing isn't vaped either, so 168.3. 127.3. 144.9. 130. 95.8. 116.4. Yeah, so this is what I was initially assuming, right? Damage here, 190 divided by 390. The shred, we have Shilonen shred, and that's it. 1.13. Right? This was what my initial assumption was. With no ICD DURIN. But in reality, because DURIN has ICD, this is what the team is at. Yeah, that's what I said, right? Guesstimated the team at around 80k. That's C0 Mona. Actually, no, I forgot the vape bonus from Mona's thing. You should be able to average a decent amount of stacks here. Let's say you're not getting 3 stacks on each one. You're probably getting an average of 2 though. Yeah, okay. So yeah, so this is C0 Mona. I should rename this to Mona. Anyways. Mona C1. The EM multiplier for DURIN goes up by 24%. That's fucking nothing, huh? Yeah, I guess because he's not vaping that much. That's fucking, oh. Mona C2. We add a bunch of charge attacks. So you get 1 guaranteed. Then 5 seconds later, you can start getting a second one. You probably do end up getting 3. Sure. How many hit on ALBEDO does he get? He gets more than rotation divided by 2 with skill refresh. He doesn't. He would if you procced it off cooldown and got the skill refresh, but in practice, it tends to be a bit less than once per 2 seconds. I almost always assume just 1 less than once per 2 seconds. Right, because you're not hitting every 2 seconds, you're hitting on a coordinated attack up to once every 2 seconds. But if you're not hitting the enemy exactly 2 seconds after the last proc, your proc gets delayed a little. And that adds up. So I generally assume 1 less total. It's 1 every 5 normals. It's not, though. Like, that's the thing. It's not 1 every 5 normals. It's... You get the first one guaranteed. Then 5 seconds later, it's 20% on each normal. And you get... If you get it early, you'll get a third one. But if you don't get it early, you won't get a third one. So I guess I should... Oh yeah, I forgot the EM buff. Oops. I guess I should make it 2.5 average, not 3. And we should add 80 Elemental Mastery to DURIN. There we go. I'm not gonna look at Mona C3 and 5 because can't be bothered. C4. Which C3 is burst, so go to 885 on the motion value. Okay. And then we add the C4 itself, which is 45 crit value on witches, 30 on non-witches. So... But it's not full uptime. Is Albedo bursting? Yeah. It's gonna be 45% when it's up, and it's gonna be up. For Mona, it's full uptime. Because when you swap out of Mona is when the Omen is over. What do you mean 45? They're buffing her. Witches get 15 crit damage. Albedo. Albedo isn't full uptime because he's always going. Like his skill, his personal damage is full uptime, but Omen isn't. So it's about half or 2/3 uptime. Plus 2% Omen buff from C3. I'm already assuming the damage bonus from talent level 10, even though I'm assuming talent level 9 motion value. So it's not a plus 2%. I already have it capped. Isn't it 15 from non-witch, 30 for witch? No, because crit rate... 15 crit rate is 30 CV. Anyways. So Albedo gets about 30 CV worth. DURIN also gets about 30 CV worth. I'll be more honest about this one. Um... 30 CV. Yeah, 102. And finally, C6. Okay, this one's gonna be fucking weird though. Cause now we need to split our things properly. If we don't try to vape any of our charge attacks, we still need to split charge attacks from everything else. I'm not gonna calc them, but I can take a quick look after I'm done with this. Okay, so we have this set up now. Okay. Then how many charge attacks are we getting on Mona? At C6, because you get so much damage percent on charge attacks, you probably start weaving in charge attacks to like when your buff is capped out. You probably get the first one from the C2 proc, then 3 seconds later a manual charge attack, then 3 seconds later on average the second one from C2, then 3 seconds later another one from charge attack. So you probably get 4 average, all that 180% damage bonus. So plus 180% damage bonus. Instead of 2.5, we get 4. And their individual motion value is multiplied by 2. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much exactly what I was expecting, right? Around 80k for C0. A little bit north of 110k for C6. You can probably sneak in a fucking Mona charge attack vape, though. Mona C6, 1 vape. We will lose 1 vape on DURIN. Six. Nine. And instead, we will vape one of the Mona charge attacks. I can't be bothered adding a fucking, like, 3 full rows for this. Our EM multiplier is almost exactly 1.5. No, it's not. It's 1.6. So a vaped charge attack does 3.2 times the damage of an unvaped one. Right? So instead of 4, one of them is becoming worth 3.2, so it's plus 2.2, so 6.2. Well, I might as well plus 3 plus 1 or plus 2 times EM multiplier, which is going to be 3.2. Yeah. It's not that insane of a deal, though. I guess it doesn't make it to 120k. I thought it would. But I guess not. I guess you do lose a vape on DURIN for this, so... yeah. That's kind of tragic, though. Because this is probably going to be the best team for for Black DURIN. Which means they, like, intentionally gutted Black DURIN so they could have Mona be good and Mona's cons be good. Yeah. You can probably assume C1 Albedo is standard now. I mean, you're not getting C1 Albedo over cons on Mona, though. So not until the second to temper thyself in Journey 4. Like, eventually, I think it's fair to assume that, but for now, not really. Because the Albedo C1 sucks, right? Like, that's just how it is. Albedo C2 is pretty solid, but the C1 sucks. Anyways. I will say, conceptually, this team is really fucking cool, though. Like, this is such a cool fucking team. Chat. Is there ever a world where you go white DURIN because black DURIN sucks ass? And you... just so you can buff ALBEDO's damage? I'm kind of curious. No, that would be racist. Listen, chat. I'm not the one who made Black DURIN like really bad, okay? I don't want to be spending my whole the whole beta cycle for DURIN walking on eggshells trying to make sure I don't accidentally say something that's like out of context would be interpreted as racist. Like, you guys know what I'm fucking talking about. Please don't try to make it into a thing too much. Like... Say light and dark? Yeah. Sure. We can do that. It's only colors. I mean, yeah, but also, like... Some of the names are a little... Some of the, like, Google translated and ChatGPT translated names have been very suspicious, you know? And, like... Yeah. Yeah, that first translation was fucking something, man. Anyways, so here we lose the EM multiplier, right? The 70%, gone. Bam. Minus 10k. Also, our like all of our motion value goes down. Right? Instead of 281, albedo, no, not albedo. Actually, I guess it is the albedo mode, right? Oh, true. Alright. 232.7 and 232.7, 157.1, 118.1, 134.9, 190.1. Okay. So we lost 20k DPS from this. But we get 35 shred, right? So this 26 is now 61. So this is 305. And this 46 is now 81. So this is 405. Okay, it's not better. Thank God. I'm actually kind of glad. But it's not even that much worse, which is kind of funny. Shilona and recount too. So true. Can't forget that 600 DPS. Replace Shiloden for FISCHL. Yeah, I guess if you go light DURIN, that would make sense. That would make a lot of sense. Now we have to add rows. We can't fucking shortcut our way out of adding the overload stuff. So it's 3979 times EM multiplier overload, and EM multiplier overload is now that I think about it though, with FISCHL in the team, you're not getting Geo Shred. So you're gonna fuck Albedo's damage. Anyways, EM multiplier overload will be 16 times EM divided by 2000 plus EM plus 1. The shred, we get 35. DURIN is on Hugushin now, thank God. Right. Do you think with Mona weaving normal charge dash we could evade both DURIN and channeling? No. No, not even close. Mona kind of struggles to vape channeling alone. Like, it's doable, but it's easy to fuck up. Anyways, I guess here, I need to fucking electrocharged. Because we are going to get a decent amount of electrocharge damage. 2894 base. $28.94. Electro resistance. We just have 35 shred from DURIN, right? That's it. Yeah. So 35 shred, 25, 125. Do we have hydro shred? We do not. So this is 0.9. Do we have geo shred? We do not. So this is 0.9. Right? But in exchange for that, right, we now get then okay. FISCHL. Okay, wait, before we do that, DURIN. We only have shred from DURIN himself here, right? So that's how much is that? That's just 125. Yeah. FISCHL. Oh yeah, I guess we need to fucking talk about the FISCHL change now. We didn't get all the way to FISCHL yet. But if we're gonna be doing monocalcs with FISCHL, we need to look at the FISCHL change. It's not here, but FISCHL now has witch passive that increases her own and your active party members' attack when you trigger overload and EM when you trigger electrocharge. At C6, that passive is doubled. By default, it's 22.5% attack, 90 EM. At C6, it's 45 attack, 180 EM. In this team, you get both. So, plus 45% attack. Plus 180 EM. Anyways, FISCHL. Yeah, I found 12 feet under. Yeah, pretty much. 244 base attack. Don't know what weapon we go here. Maybe stringless. 510. Yeah, EM multiplier for electrocharge here is going to be increased because of Mona's C1, 1.15. Yeah. Okay. Attack percent on FISCHL, 46.6 from Sans. 24 from Ascension stat. 45 from broken ass fucking new passive. Did I remove Cinder City? I don't think I did. What do we get in exchange? What do we put on FISCHL? I guess we just go Golden Trope. Anyways, damage percent. We have Omen, 2/3 uptime. We have Albedo. We have main stat. We don't have this. We don't have Husk. We don't have Ascension. We have Golden Troop. Yeah. EM. How much EM do we have? Substats. Albedo. Mona C2. FISCHL passive. Stringless. Yeah, multiplier. Crit value. 60. 62.2. 20 times 6.6. Crit multiplier. Effective attack. Sure. Overload proc. It's not overload, it's electrocharge proc. Motion value. Okay, what do we got? We got 18 hits of Oz. So 178 times 18. About 16 hits of C6. 16 times 30. We're not going to get that many A4 procs, because generally, FISCHL will be responsible for electrocharge ownership, rather than Mona. And Mona won't be applying Hydro on targets affected by Electro that often. Should be maybe 7, I think. That's reasonable. Then we have the summon. So 231 plus 200, so 431. You just swap back to FISCHL and use her stuff when Oz is gone. It's not going to be strict rotations, so... Let's say you do 2 per 3 rotations, and also 2 bursts per 3 rotations, or some shit like that. Alright, which is 416, 222. Something like this, right? Okay. Then let's set his DURIN on. This is Noblesse for now. But I think it might be Crimson Witch here. Yeah, so she's at about 20k DPS here. No, this is wrong. It's times 1.125. They're around 16k DPS. Did you give Vigil the Noblesse buff? No. I didn't. I didn't give her substats, I didn't give her Noblesse, I didn't give her TOM. Okay, she's back to 20k. And now we gotta add the overloads and electrocharge. So... TOM Albedo? No. He does too much damage for you to want to go TOM. Okay. So... on an 18-second rotation, you're probably getting, like... about 1 electrocharge proc per second, right? Because, like, if you maintain a taser on the enemy, you get 2 procs per second. But every time DURIN hits, he wipes the aura and he pauses your taser stuff. It's probably a bit more than once per second in total, but it's going to be around that. So let's just assume 18 electrocharge procs. FISCHL should have slightly higher ownership than Mona. So let's do 8 on Mona, 10 on FISCHL. And then overloads on DURIN should be around 7. Okay, so we're at 101k, but in this team, you probably go EM Sands. So minus 46.6 plus 187. No, you don't. It's worse. Huh. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. I'm dividing this, the overload, the transformative reaction damage because of the defense multiplier, and I'm not supposed to. Oopsie. There we go. So it's actually about as good as Chilonin. And then if we give him an EM Sands, it is a bit worse. Okay. I'm kind of curious to see how this team does at C0, Mona. So... we lose this. We lose the reaction damage. $24, goodbye. $15, goodbye. $15, goodbye. We lose the 80 EM from C2. We lose the CV from C4. Oh, I forgot to add the CV from C4 on FISCHL. Wait, that's better. My goat. That means that even in the fucking team that Dark DURIN is designed for, swapping to light DURIN and putting FISCHL and just turning it into an overvape team is better. Oh yeah, I also forgot the stringless passive. My god, man. Anyways, I think we've removed all the constellation effects now. Team's at 90k, which is better than this one, yeah. God. Alright. What a great day to own Albedo, yeah. Didn't add Mona 1.5 to DURIN Overload. He doesn't get it. Overload doesn't get buffed by Mona. Although technically, FISCHL gets 1.2 or gets 24%, not 15%. For because it's off field. But 100 DPS. Whatever. $135 wasn't removed? What 135? What? Doesn't she multiply something by 135? No, that's VENTI. Did you remove DURIN's vape multiplier? Yeah, I did. We still have 20% from... What is this from, actually? No. Oh, it's a Mona stacks. Right. From the new passive. So yeah, that's supposed to be there. Is Albedo and Spindle? Yeah, he is. But Spindle and Flute are like 1% apart. Flute, the Natlan craftable. Not the fucking the Flute. The Flute of Espital. Please sneak in Sucrose. I don't know, man. I feel like Sucrose is gonna be hard to do setups with. Not having Guoba for Guoba swirls is gonna be Durin's downfall. But maybe Sumonamon becomes a thing. What do you think will be the best setup to play Mona as a main DPS? I actually really like the idea of double Geo for Mona main DPS if you have C6. If you don't have C6, Mona main DPS is a fucking meme. Don't do it. It's a Geo arrow. It is. It is a Geo arrow. Even C4, bro. Mona's C6 by itself basically multiplies her damage by 3. Do not play carry Mona without her C6. Why are you a big fan of double Geo? There's a lot of clunk going on with Mona, right? You can't dash without losing your fucking vapes. Her damage comes from stamina consumption, 50 stamina per charge attack. She's gonna feel pretty bad to play. So adding more clunk with VV setups is not something I think is a good idea. Just put the double Geo in the bag. What about double cryo for Durin? I think double cryo died. Double cryo was a consideration before we knew that Durin had the standard ICD. But with standard ICD, with a reaction every other hit, there's no upside to the second cryo. The first cryo already provides you with enough cryo app to melt all of Durin's meltable hits. So the second one doesn't do shit. Just like, yeah, just use fucking Navia or some shit. We look at Mona C6 without Durin Albedo? Sure. So Mona C6 has a carry. Where you go like Mona C6, Sucrose, Bennett. I don't know about using Mawika here, but I don't know who else you'd want to use. Lang, no. Like Durin, they asked about without Durin. Citlali? I don't know. Getting the right stuff with Seed Lally is going to be a pain in the ass, and you're making it harder to get your shred for through Sucrose as well. But like, what does your rotation look like here, right? You probably do like Mona EQ. Bennett EQ. I don't want to skip the Bennett Q. Your setups are going to be sus otherwise. No, you can probably do Mona EQ, Bennett EQ without losing your up. Then like Sucrose E. Then like Mawika E. No, your Omen doesn't last long enough for that. So then like Bennett EQ, Sucrose E, Mona EQ, normal attack, Sucrose E again, Mawika EQ, spin a little, Mona charge attack, N1, refresh Sucrose buff, Mona 2 charge attacks. I guess. Something like that. You get like 3 vaped charge attack, 1 unvaped. Kinda. Sure. I don't know how long this rotation takes. Probably 20 seconds-ish. Then we need to the attacks here. The attack. Value 3. Damage 3. 2. But yeah, so for this, right? Effective attack for this one be multiplied by multiplier. For this one, just don't have the EM multiplier. And then for this one is a second damage percent, yeah. I'll be right back, chat. I'm back. Hello. Okay. What do we have in this team? Tio Moika, Noblesse Bennett, VV Sucrose. So we have 1 attack buff, not 2. You know what? You probably go Fav Mona here. Fav is so broken, you probably go Fav anyways, even in a team like this. And then we go damage percent. We have Omen, We have Cinder City. We have her passive. We do not have Albedo anymore. What was the 15 from? Any knowers? That was Geo Resonance. That's gone. But we get Power Resonance instead. Yeah. We 1050 from Bennett. Yeah. We probably go attack Goblet. Yeah. We were on TOM here. We go to Wanderers instead. I already removed the 1 attack bonus from that. We gain 80 EM from Wanderers. 35 damage percent. Yeah. Then we get about 230 EM from Sucrose. Our Res Shred is 1.15. Yeah, Mawika, 15% uptime, or 15% average damage bonus. Okay, and now in terms of attacks, also, let me just fucking remove these things for now. Okay, in terms of attacks, what do we get? Motion value 1 is gonna be 3. And this is, yeah. It gets vape, so it's times 2. And we get 3 of them. And then unvaped. Don't really get any normals. We do get this. We get this. We get 1 unvaped charge attack. Yeah. Motion value 3. Isn't Heart of Death better for the 15 Hydro bonus at 2-piece? It's hard to get your Heart of Death proc to not suck ass. Because you can't use your skill on Mona during your uptime. You have to use Mona's skill like way before your uptime starts. Because the skill needs to be over before your uptime starts. Effective attack. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, this isn't that good, huh? Yeah, this isn't that good. It's not terrible, but... Mawika Burst is gonna be like... I don't know. Another like 20k DPS? You're like looking at like 90k maybe? Meh. That's not that good, honestly. You got Flynn's, FISCHL, Sucrose, I know with the buffs. I don't want to see how it stacks up versus NEFER. Sure. I should have Sucrose, TDDS, TD. Was that what this was? I know C1. What did I call it? Was it just C1 I know? I didn't have I know C1. Oh? Really? Huh. Whatever. This is with NEFER. Yeah. This is with FISCHL pre-buff. Where is she? There it is. This is with FISCHL pre-buff. No. Shane. Did I... What bows did I have on this sheet? I don't know if I had Chainbreaker. I'll just use Virtus and Hun. I can't be bothered, man. Yeah, TOM, sure. Like 75k-ish. And then with the buff, plus 190. Plus 190. It goes up by like 5k DPS. Still about 20% behind NEFER. But oh. What about 45% attack? You need to trigger Overload for that. Sucrose buff on FISCHL? Yeah, it's gonna be another like 1k, but whatever. Such a small buff. You know, I'm wondering if there's gonna be some FISCHL DURIN stuff you can do with Verisma. And go up with some dank rotations. There's probably something there. Like, Eonsun is really good, but a lot of her power comes from cons, so people that don't have her are not having a good time. And you also have to deal with proper uptime, which can be difficult. Well, if you had FISCHL equal to C2 Eonsun, that makes sense. So explain why I get more damage from C5 Eonsun with C2 Mayuka Premium Team than using a Bennett. Mayuka's C2 inflates her attack a lot, so it makes attack buff less impactful. And basically half of Eonsun's buffing capability is damage percent instead of attack. It actually gives less attack than Bennett, but more damage percent. So that's why. At C2 you're getting inflated and you're getting saturated on attack. So Eonsun's value goes up. I should start patching. I don't have to deal with that when the server goes up. Oh. Right, I have to close and reopen. Let's hope this doesn't fuck my stream quality too much. I don't know. What should we look at next? We haven't looked at Klee at all yet. But the thing is, honestly, I don't really want to look at Klee. Right? So much of Klee's stuff is just gonna... It's hard to tell how impactful it is until we see gameplay. Right? Klee's getting some pretty big buffs, but it's hard to tell what her new good stuff is supposed to be. Venti is the best Animo DPS now, by the way. I don't know if that's true. I think Quickswap is better. Like Quickswap with Venti. Well, maybe not, actually. No, probably. Well, I don't know, actually. Compared to Shao Wanderer carry, how is Venti DPS? Better than Wanderer, similar to Shao. Anyways, I think I'm gonna order some food because I'm getting like a little. What's the word for it? Like when your body craves carbs, and you get a little like unfocused, and like there's a specific word for it. Is it just low blood sugar? Is there no like word for the that describes that? Hypoglycemic. That's the word I was looking for. Thank you. I'm getting a little hypoglycemic. But yeah, I'm gonna order some food. I'll be right back. Alright, chat. I've returned, kind of. I gotta actually place the order though. I got baited by a promotion. What are you ordering? I'm ordering Subway. I got baited by the free with $20 purchase icon. Razor official Shores Bennett. Who does DURIN replace? I don't know if he replaces anyone, if I'm being fully honest with you. I don't know if he's better than any of those. You will love this last quality of life. Oh my god, you can now PvP in the music game. That's sick, man. Oh, you can now generate 2 artifacts instead of 1 of each set in every version. That's cool. Daily commissions now provide extra rewards. Cool. Order cancelled? What? Why? The store closed while I was ordering? Time to order biryani again? I'm never ordering from that place again, bro. Yeah, maybe the promotion was clickbait and they just refuse any order that, like, redeems it. Yeah, okay, they are actually just fucking... Wow, so it's just straight up a scam. They canceled my order again. Dude, that's cooked. Nah, that's fucked up, bro. They can't... I don't think that's legal. Eh, whatever. Then what the fuck do I order? Bro, all the good restaurants are fucking closed. All that's left is fast food. Pizza? The good pizza places around here aren't open at 9 p.m. They're the kinds of places that close at like 3 p.m. You know? Like dinner places. Chick-fil-A, that doesn't exist here. Papa John's, that doesn't exist here. Get poutine. Bro, there's only one good poutine place in, like, the surrounding 5 cities, and it is closed. A Canadian standard for poutine are like, inherently higher than, like, an American or some shit. Where's the good poutine? I don't want to dox myself, though. Get Indian food? The only good Indian place around here closed down a few weeks ago, so there is no good Indian food anymore. It's Jover for me. There's a decent Greek place, but it's like, it's not that good, honestly. It's like, it's not fast food, but it's like chain restaurant food, you know? Get some pho. The Vietnamese places are closed by now. There's one really good Vietnamese place around here. Get some KFC. There's actually no KFC in, like, Uber Eats distance from my place, which is kind of crazy. I don't mind that, though. Like, I don't hate KFC, but every time I have it, I feel so fucking awful physically the next day. Get Ethiopian food. I don't know what that's like. What's an example of an Ethiopian dish? Ethiopian food. That's a lot of combinations of letters I've never seen before. I'll tell you that much. There's probably no Ethiopian restaurant there anyways. There are, but I don't think they're in Uber Eats distance. They're in driving distance, but yeah. Taco Bell is always open. There's no Taco Bell around here. Which is fucking crazy as well. Bro, there used to be a fucking Taco Bell, KFC, like both restaurants in the same building, like in the same, like it was one establishment that had fucking like two like counters and two lines with Taco Bell and KFC. And now there's no KFC or Taco Bell anymore. Retry Subway, maybe their kitchen just got swamped. At 9:14 p.m. on a Tuesday? I doubt it. Somehow I doubt that. Cook food? I don't have any groceries. Get a shawarma. Yeah, that's probably what I'm gonna fucking default to. Like, at this time, the only places that are open are that aren't fast food are shawarma places and African food places. But the thing with African food is, like, I don't know what is what. And sometimes it's the best thing I've ever eaten, and sometimes it makes me throw up. So, like, for me, it's a fucking roulette when I order African food. Gotcha meal. Just wait for capturing radiance. So true. Livestream the menu. I'm gonna dox myself if I do that. But yeah, like, I ordered something called ndole a while ago, and like, I straight up threw it back up. Like, my body could not handle it. I don't really know what was in it, and I don't think it was expired. Like, it But I couldn't handle it. It was like, I don't know. I think African food tends to have so much salt in it. Maybe it's just the places around here, but like, everything is so fucking salty. Sue the restaurant. I don't think there's that many things that are a worse look than a white guy that can't handle ethnic food suing a restaurant because the food made him throw up. Like, I don't think I wanna be that guy, you know? Like, I'll just say, you know what? I'm the one who can't handle it. It's my problem. I hope you guys have great business. I'm not on streamer mode. My bad. Oh, yeah. I've got my Discord on my laptop. Sorry. I think I'm just gonna order Harvey's. I'll just accept the upper echelon of fast food. No, not Arby's. Harvey's. I think it's a Canadian thing. It's like, by far, the best fast food here. Like, it's not even fucking close. Their burgers are so fucking good. Like, straight up, Harvey's burgers are often better than, like, local diner burgers. Which is insane. An insane thing to say about a fast food place. Like, their Angus burger is just fucking good, man. You prefer Harvey's over NW? Yeah, obviously. Their poutine is mid, though. I don't know. I don't think I've ever had their poutine. I've never had a good experience with a fast food poutine. That's not true, actually. The poutine from Saint-Hubert. But I don't know if Saint-Hubert is fast food. It's like chain restaurant. It's like a little bit above fast food, you know? But they've got a decent poutine. It's not great. It doesn't hold up to like actual poutine places, but like, it's acceptable. Anyways, should I try the fucking Harvey's poutine right now? Fuck it. I'll let you guys know what I think about it. Why not? Food review stream? Yeah. Fuck it. Alright. So, I'm getting a burger. Changing my side to a poutine instead of fries. And... here's the thing, right? That's enough to satiate me, but it feels bad paying like 15 bucks of delivery fees for a 20-buck meal. So like, I guess I'm gonna also order tomorrow's dinner or something and put it in the fridge. And then once it gets here, I'm gonna feel hungry and I'm just gonna fucking eat it anyways. They've got a special thing. Smoking hot Angus burger. Oh, it's just with crispy jalapenos. But I don't like pickled jalapenos, man. I wish they used non-pickled jalapenos for stuff more. Like, jalapenos are good, but pickles aren't. Alright, this is my most toxic take as a person. Alright? Pickles suck. Pickles are okay as a standalone thing. Like, as a snack. Pickles are fine. But pickles as an ingredient in things is just, it always makes it worse. I hate it. I fucking hate it. Fuck pickles, okay? All my homies hate pickles. Let's get... I get chicken nuggets. Their chicken nuggets aren't that good. But they're not bad either. Bro's been ordering food. Bro, I hope my laptop doesn't run out of battery while I'm fucking ordering. You know, their hot dogs at Harvey's are really good, but they're so expensive. It's like one hot dog is $6. And like, their sausages are actually good, but I'm not paying $6 for a fucking hot dog, you know? Robbery? I know! But like, I'd rather have one $6 hot dog from Harvey's than like six $1 hot dogs from somewhere else. I'll just get chicken nuggets. Yeah. Yeah, I'll just get chicken nuggets. What sauce should I get? Honey mustard, sweet and sour, barbecue, ranch, ghost pepper, sweet heat, garlic dill. Wait, if I'm gonna be taking the ghost pepper sauce, I'll take the normal chicken nuggets instead of the buffalo chicken nuggets. Alright, I'll get ghost pepper. I've been ordering for like actually 30 minutes. I feel like I have. Also, please add the thing to my order. Why isn't it working? Oh my god, why am I lagging? No, not Arby's. Harvey's. Wait, what? It added it twice. Because it's fucking lagging. I'll remove one of them. Alright. Go to checkout. Okay, they're saying this is supposed to get here in 10 minutes. It's not gonna get here in 10 minutes, bro. This place is 20 minutes away. And they need to fucking make it. Us Americans have no concept of this Harvey's you speak of. It's good. Alright. Bro could have just cooked. I would have had to do the same thing, but with groceries. Actually, I don't think you can order groceries at 9 PM with Uber Eats. Amazon Fresh. I've never used that actually. Anyways, I've got my order out of the way. That means we can focus on things again, I think. Oh yeah, you guys might hear my fucking Discord notifications from my laptop. Actually, I should just put myself in busy, right? And do not disturb for 8 hours. Because I can't, because I have my laptop right next to me, and my laptop is gonna get Discord notified, you know? Hmm. Doesn't turn off notifications. It doesn't turn off notifications. It mutes them on your device. But if you have a different device that's not on streamer mode, you will get your notifications there. So my laptop still gets notification when I'm on streamer mode. Anyways, we can get back to calcing shit. Pick Albedo on Omni Cat. Okay, so I've got DURIN. Oh yeah. Albedo. Track updates. Okay, why does it say they're removing this? They're adding this. Whatever. The red things is supposed to be green things, I guess. No. Skills. Is it newest? No, it's V1, not newest. There's a character buffs tab. Like here? No. Where? On Albedo. Where? You're talking about track updates? We literally just said that there's things missing from this. Oh, here. Character buffs. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Cool. So you said this number can be higher? Okay, yeah. Yeah, no, it's not that this is going to be higher than 42. It's that this one caps out at higher than 42. But this is the really small one, right? The 30% caps out at 3,000 defense. But the 12% can go higher than 12% if you're over 3,000 defense. But the scaling on it is really bad, so it's not really that big of a deal. It's still going to be around 42. Maybe 45. Right? But even just getting to 45 means you need to be at 3750 defense instead of 3,000. They use the flute instead of Albedo, or instead of Spindle on Albedo. They'll be very similar. Yeah. Okay, yeah, so that makes sense. Oh yeah, there's Yehuda stuff as well. Let's just make sure we didn't miss anything here. Yeah, so we knew this. 70 CV. More procs of this thing. More energy. More motion value. Yeah. Yeah, I mean. Oh, they didn't fucking put this thing. SMH my head. And then the fucking SUCROSE buffs are like fake, basically. Oh. Like, ooh. Fucking 13% damage and then an additional 8. Only to the C6 proc. I mean, to be fair, for mono teams, this is like... Wait, what's this number in terms of sevens? Is it, 60 divided by 7? Probably? Yeah. So you're now at 150 divided by 7? So... 21% plus 20% from this. You're now at 40%, which is as much as what Kazuha gives you at 1000 EM. That's funny. I guess it adds up, huh? Oh, poor Kazuha. Poor Kazuha, man. And then... Yeah, so there's nothing's different here, right? Seems like everything is as expected. I haven't actually looked at his cons properly yet. We might as well look at that now. Fuck it. During burst damage increased by 25%. Additionally, using burst will cause various effects. I looked at this one because the first leak didn't make it clear that this was a constellation. Only barbaric characters gain 12 stacks, which are basically quills. Stacks count. This is for support mode. And for carry mode, what? That's so stupid. I'm sorry. This is really dumb. Gains 12 stacks of a thing. When he deals burst damage, consumes 2 stacks. Why not make it 6 and 1? Whatever, man. That's dumb. Whatever. This is, it makes it so that his next 6 burst hits deal 100% more. This is really bad, actually. Because it's like 33% more motion value. Like, a bit more than that. Like, 35% more motion value on the burst. But only 6 hits out of the, like, 16 that he does. It's actually, yeah, that's kind of ass. Yeah, the light mode is so much better. My god. C2, 20 seconds after Durin uses burst, nearby party member triggers a pyro reaction. Nearby party members gain a 50% pyro damage bonus. And damage bonus. Okay, so this is 50 damage percent. Okay. C4. When effects that consume cycle of environments stacks are triggered as a part of C1, there is a 55% chance that your stacks aren't consumed. So basically, you get like double the stacks. That's really bad for Dark Durin. Seems pretty good for Light Durin. Yeah, his cons are not carry cons, they're support cons. C6, Burst ignores 30% of opponent's defense. Burst are additionally enhanced. Light mode shreds 30% defense. Dark mode ignores even more of the defense. 70 defense ignore. How much is that? Like... Is it 250? I think so. It's basically 50% more, a little bit more than 50% more damage. I feel like that's not even that good. I mean, actually, it probably is pretty good. I don't know. I don't think his cons are that great. C2 stopping point? Bro, don't get cons at all, honestly. I don't know. Try to fucking skip this skip this character. Like right now, honestly, Durin is looking like. And by the way, I want to make it clear, I'm happy about this because we've had like really bad power creep lately, right? And I think that's really bad for the health of the game when every new character is like as good or better than the last ones. But Durin is looking like a very skippable character. I'm feeling my Mona's the best HEXENZIRKEL character. Should we tier list the HEXENZIRKEL character buffs? Who else is there again? Oh, they don't have Durin here yet. Albedo. Is that it? Should we rank how good they are now? Or should we rank how much the buffs are doing for them? I think how good they are now is better. Oh, I think my food's here. I'll be right back. Alright, chat, I'm back. Can I have a fry? I don't have fries, I have a poutine. Kind of hard to give one fry from a poutine, you know? Which one of those is the poutine and which one of those is the nuggets? That's the nuggets. Alright. This is not a good start. This poutine looks bad. It's like all stuck together. It smells fine, so the gravy should be okay. The cheese is alright, the fries are alright, the gravy's pretty good. I think for a fast food poutine, it's like actually decent. You were right, chatter. It's not that bad. I won't be ordering it again, though. Should we watch the latest TGS video while we eat? Guys. Chat. TGS, what the fuck is this gameplay? C3F? Stare? D? Old combo. It's not even the old combo. This is a bad execution of the old combo. He did the F too early, so he fucking lost. Like, he applied pyro with the dash. Yeah. Honestly, though, the main thing that DURIN is doing here is he's allowing you to get Mona's witch buffs in Molani teams, and he actually is a Molani buff because of that. If he could shred Hydro, Molani would go up to like fucking 120k. Wait, what's going on here? what are we looking at? Okay, so this is no spin Moika. Okay. Wait, why are we doing Shavar's Bennett? Barissa was channeling. The fuck did Yansan do to you, man? Crazy. Or are you getting energy without Bennett? You mean with fucking Electro Resonance, 5 Shavars, and 5 Yansan? You get more energy with Yansan than you get with Bennett. By the way, chat, this is what the burger looks like here from Harvey's. For those of you that aren't Canadian in chat, right? Looks like this. Like, you can tell, like, that does not look like a fast food burger. You know? Anyways. Hmm. That bottom bun needs to be bigger. It was just kind of flattened on the side I showed. Right, like this is what it looks like on the other side. Mm. I don't think that should take you 19 seconds doing all those things. I don't know. See, why the fuck is Shilone in here, buddy? Put the Albedo in the bag! That seems a bit inflated, I don't know. I guess it's fine. But Healoless can each... Yeah. You cannot play this team. Durin's application is way too slow for this team. You cannot use Yalon's Q. This team won't vape. Damn. Yeah. Watch NEFER. You know, I should watch NEFER's trailer. I still haven't done that. What is she doing? I'm gonna start eating my nuggets, man. why were you guys gassing this trailer up, by the way? Like, am I just missing something? Like, was it ironic? It goes hard on mute, yeah. I can get behind that that statement, that judgment. I don't know, man. That was not it for me, man. Like, at all. Why is there a fry in my nuggets? There's a single fry in my nuggets. Why? Free fry, exactly. Yeah, like, where the fuck is my good Sumeru music? Why are they doing this shit? Huh? Bro, I don't know, man. Oh, also, I should do my patching as well. Like, I think there's a lot of things that could be interesting in this trailer, but it just doesn't come together as a whole very well for me. You know, like, the music is kind of a disappointment. The storyline feels very. I mean, I get that they're going for something that feels a little like psychedelic, but like, I feel like it's missing a connecting idea, and it just feels like someone randomly saying words, you know? Like, I don't know. Like, what exactly does that in like opening statement like achieve? Like, what is it? What is it trying to convey? That she won't speak to people about herself unless she gets something in exchange, I guess. But like, it's implied she's speaking to us. Like, and by that I mean like the traveler. But I don't understand why the traveler would be doing this. Why would the traveler be there not on business? The traveler hasn't been characterized as the sort of person to do this type of thing. Like, no, it's not the traveler. Well, the story that are being told are the stories of the traveler, right? So I think it's very heavily implied that it's the traveler. Right, like, it'll cost you a few stories of your own, and then the stories shown are fucking literally are Archon Quest bullshit. The first frame shows Pyro Traveler? Really? Oh yeah, it does. That's true. But yeah, and it's like it. I personally think that it's kind of lazy to do things like this. Like, it's not that difficult to create a context in which an interaction like this can happen, but I feel like you're not doing that with Traveler, at least not successfully. It's more to the player than to the Traveler. Well, if you want to make the argument she's breaking the fourth wall and speaking to players here, sure, but I think that's even worse. Someone said it's Gunnar bait and they're right. Yeah, but like, Gunnar bait can still have good story. Right? Like, something can be Gunnar bait and still not be garbage. Gunnar bait stuff doesn't particularly appeal to me, but if it's good as a whole, I can get past it, right? The problem is that I don't feel like this is good as a whole. I feel like there's no substance behind this Gunnar bait. Yeah, like Llama has substance, exactly. Llama is clearly Gunnar bait, but like, there's substance, so I can look past the Gunnar bait and appreciate the substance. You know? I think though that I'm in a bad mood because the music fucking sucks. That's the reason why I'm so negative about this. The music just sucks so much. My god. I'll go put the nuggets in the fridge. I'll be right back. I'm back. We'll watch it as a whole one more time. Try to find some redeeming qualities. Too obvious? I feel like that's like... That's rage bait. Too obvious? Wait, you're telling me that the fact that these people just like disappeared into thin air as a result of coming into contact with a primordial sea and getting disintegrated into water and or some shit was too obvious? Like, shut the fuck up. We get it. You're smart. Stop being a fucking bitch and like be nice to people. He watches Rick and Morty. So true. So true. That's the vibe I'm getting. That's the vibe I'm getting right now. That's her character? Are you sure? Are you sure that the intended characterization for NEFER is that she's annoyingly arrogant about her intelligence? But it's also, it's not even that she's arrogant about her intelligence here. It's like, this is rage bait. This is not obvious. It is not obvious to her, and I know she's lying right now. It's incredibly obvious to anyone in an interaction where she says this about that fucking quest, that she is lying about it being too obvious, right? Like, she is clearly just lying to project the image of being smarter than she actually is. She's talking about Linny's show with too obvious? No, she's talking about the things that went wrong about Linny's show. Not just any Linny show, like the part of it that we went through with the quest and the investigation. Because otherwise there wouldn't be the fucking broken cage here. But like, this is rage bait. Like, you cannot get me to actually believe that her deepest thoughts, in the deepest recess of her brain, she actually does believe the statement she's making here, right? So like, she is rage baiting, but like, if she's supposed to be smart, why are you making the rage bait so obvious? Like, shouldn't she be cunning about this? Shouldn't she do it in a way where my fucking, like, 12-year-old nephew won't be able to be like, oh, you're lying? Like, to me, this just contextualizes her as a fucking idiot. Anyways. What's going on here? Why are we having a fucking Scooby-Doo chase right now? Like, why, what's going on here? Okay, I will say, alright, contextualizing this with this looks like a Scooby-Doo chase makes it so much funnier, and it's starting to grow on me, actually. So, like, what's happening here? Are they implying that she's, like, using hallucinogens on someone as a form of, like, like, torture for information gathering? Is that what's happening here? I think so, right? I kind of like this shot. This is a good shot, actually. And you just take those 5 seconds and you pose them without the context of the rest of the trailer, and I'd be like, oh my god, this goes so fucking hard. Even the sound design is like, it's good, and then the music starts again, and yeah. Also, I don't like this part at all. I was like, what? Why is she playing chess so seriously against the cat? Like, she really is an idiot, huh? Like, oh my god. It's symbolism. Well, symbolically, I think she's an idiot. She needs this, okay? Her girlfriend dumped her bad. Her girlfriend didn't dump her because they were never official, okay? She was always Llama's, like, side piece, okay? Who's her main hoe then? Herself. Like, she how do I explain this, actually? I can get behind Columbina being main. No. I feel like Llama just does not treat, and this is very much headcanon, but I don't care, okay? Because it's actually canon because I work at Hoyo, and I know all of the things. Llama does not value any specific interpersonal relationship enough for it to be considered like her main romantic relationship. She manages relationships as a way to keep her options open and be able to capitalize on those relationships for her own personal gain. And part of that management is sleeping with NEFER. She's a fuckboy. Fuckboys don't use sex as a tool for control. It's the other way around, if anything, right? Like, the goal is sex. For her, sex is not a goal, it's a tool. Have we lost the plot? Maybe a little, yeah. Never calls Llama super pretty unprompted for some reason. I mean, that, yeah, like, she's down bad. This is something I've said before, okay, but I'll say it again. NEFER is by far the character who's the most clearly in love with another character in Genshin. There is no other character that comes even close, alright? Kaveh ain't got shit. I'll highly, like, no. Yai ain't shit, okay? You're forgotten Nang? But, like, that's the thing. The reason why you perceive those characters as being more clearly in love is because their feelings are reciprocated to some extent. Whereas NEFER's feelings are not. At all. She's low-key Sarah level? Not exactly. Because Llama, like, pretends to reciprocate. You know? But like deep down, NEFER already knows. Right? Like she's not really getting deceived, but she is getting manipulated. Have I missed half the Archon quest? So the thing is, like, she never explicitly says something that confirms any sort of feeling. But look at her behavior when it concerns Llama. Literally just look at any of their interactions. Literally any of them. It's so fucking obvious she's desperately in love. This is such a reach, but like, you're saying that, but like, it's literally just because you're lying to yourself. I played the Archon quest and didn't get that read at all. Well, I guess you weren't paying enough attention then. Like, what do you want me to say? Check the new Citadel Onslaught. I'll do that. Okay. I think that's whatever. When a character jumps to a certain height, attack is greatly increased for 1.5 seconds. When plunge attacks hit enemies, reduce one layer of its enhancement. What the fuck? Alright. Cool, I guess. Oh my god, they're actually adding Uzia bullshit to Stygian Onslaught. Oh god. Oh god. Will levitate and gain a cryo shield and regenerate energy for all characters. After a while, it will perform Frost Hail execution, instantly defeating a character. Zones will appear on the ground, destroy them with elemental reactions to deal damage to the shield. Decoy vortexes will appear, dealing Animo AoE damage to both characters and the enemy. Decoy vortexes can be affected by pull effect and decrease Animo res when hitting enemy. Oh? Bro, what? Are they shilling Venti carry with DURIN? Is that what's being shilled here? It is, right? It's like NEFER, Venti carry with DURIN, Varesa, right? Like, that's what they're shilling, right? Oh my god, that's crazy. That's really funny. Oh man. Alright, chat. I think I want to look at more Albedo things. Because I feel like Albedo is like just kind of goated now. I think I want to look at like Albedo Sucrose as a core for reaction teams. Like Albedo, Sucrose. The thing is, it kind of feels weird not to put Bennett on attack scalers teams. So it's only really Molani. And for Molani, you probably want to play Mona. I don't know. How long does Albedo's EM buff last again? It's only 10 seconds. So I guess it won't be that great for NEFER. But it'll be fine, honestly. I wonder if there's ever a world where Albedo's better than Sucrose in NEFER teams. Characters. Buffed Albedo. Actually, I can just fucking change them directly here, right? No, it's worse. Wait, he doesn't even get the fucking... Yeah, I'm an idiot, actually. He doesn't even get these fucking buffs. Yeah. Because you don't get witch resonance. Yeah. True. I guess we can take a look at Molani properly. Molani. Molani, Albedo, Sucrose, DURIN for now. But like, if you already have Albedo DURIN, I feel like you don't really care that much about Sucrose anymore. And Geo Resonance just kind of makes Filonan better. Yeah, and the same for Mona, yeah. So I guess I want to take a look at, how was that Orange DURIN? So who could we use? Oh, we could, but isn't Mona Shilona a better core here? It might be, yeah. Man, Mona got fucking buffed so much for these teams. I feel like a lot of the teams where you want to play Albedo now are not reaction teams. He just fucking raw dogs so much goddamn damage, you know? Whatever. Let's take a look at let's take a look at some Mona stuff with Molani. So base HP, HP percent, flat HP, total HP. Alright, I want to do Molani, Mona, DURIN, Chilonan. Mona Flynn's, please. Yeah, I guess Mona Flynn's actually got massively buffed, huh? Because now you can actually have full Omen uptime on Flynn's and stuff. So, like, if you have Mona C4, probably pretty solid. Whatever. Molani. Molani. 15185. Okay, we go HP. What weapon do we look at? Do we look at average with Sith? Yeah. HP. HP crit for sure. Hydro Resonance, 20% from subs. But yeah, so I was thinking about the rotations you do in a team like this a little bit, right? And I feel like it's kind of weird. I think there's a very real chance that the optimal setup for these teams does 2 Molani skills. Right? So something like Shilonen, well, Mona E, Shilonen E N2, DURIN EQ, Mona Q, Molani E, 1 chomp, Mona N4, Shilonen E N2, Molani Q E, 2 chomps. Yeah, I told Lumpy about this one. Q without Codex crit rate buff? What do you mean without Codex crit rate buff? it lasts for that much. I thought it was just 6 seconds. It is, but guess what? Melani's skill cooldown is 6 seconds. Which means if it has been 6 seconds since you exited your skill, you can enter your skill again and get the buff back. Is Shilonen even better than Albedo in that team? The problem is that DURIN doesn't shred Hydro, so without Shilonen you have no shred at all. Which is fucking sus as hell. But there might be a world where Sucrose doesn't run out if you do a 2-swap rotation like this. But then you're playing Keyless Maloney, and I'd rather kill myself. So I don't know about that. Alright, but like, Umona E, if you did Sucrose here, right? Or maybe you can do it after DURIN. I don't know how the Pyro Up ends up happening. I don't know if you still end up with Hydro or not. Right? But like, you Sucrose E here. Your VD is probably still active by the time your first chomp goes through. And then you swap out and you can refresh VV here anyways. So, you could do Sucrose probably. Okay, I'm on a QN4. Mona's Q here, the initial hit is gonna vape. And then the Omen Pop is gonna be on ICD, so I won't apply Hydro. And while your Molani builds up her first chomp, DURIN will reapply Pyro, so you'll have Pyro on the enemy. But if you normal attack with Mona here, you end up with Hydro on the enemy, and then DURIN vapes instead of applying Pyro, and then Molani doesn't vape anymore. So you're cooked. Like, this Shilonen EN2 here is necessary to wipe the aura so you can go back to Molani. Anyways, damage percent, crit value, crit multiplier, EM multiplier, EHP, 1, EHP 2. Have damage percent 1 and 2 as well. Okay, so for Molani, we go HP crit, so no HP goblet. We got Codex, we got Widsith 1/6, we got Cinder City, we got Mona's Omen. Is there anything else? No. Crit value 98.4, 62.2, 20 times 6.6. Widsith. Codex. EM 80. Oh, it might be EM Sands actually. Because we don't get that much EM in this team, right? I guess you go Instructor Mona though. You get 2 sets of Molani particles, so Mona ER requirements aren't that high. Anyways, 80 from substats, 80 from Widsith, 120 from Instructor. For now, Mona C0. I don't believe we end up with any stacks of Mona's thing on her. We get stacks of Mona's thing on DURIN's vapes, but yeah. EHP is total HP times 1 plus damage percent times EM multiplier times crit multiplier. Motion value. Motion value. We get 1 normal chomp. So, well, we get three full chomps basically. 14.76 plus 7.38 times 3 plus 36.89. That's 1 chomp times 3. That's 3 chomps plus 99.3. That's burst plus. We get this fully stacked every rotation because we do 2 Shilonen skill. 45. And all of this is multiplied by 2 because it's vaped. That's a lot of DPR. Yeah, what did VENTI get for this, actually? He got 1 point. Oh, he got basically 2 mil DPR. Oh, he's using Sack Jade. Yeah, okay. He's cheating. He's cheating. That's why. Yeah, that's also Mona C1, true. Yeah, wait, let me. Let me just look at DURIN damage as well. So, you probably go damage mode, right? Apparently it's on Amber now. Is that true? It is true, but huge. Okay, we can use these actual things now, but so during base attack, why does this say Animo? I don't think he's Animo. Whatever. 347. Let's just do Moonweavers. Attack sense. Substats. Moonweavers. Moonweaver. Goblet. What set bonus would he be on here? You go damage mode here, right? You go damage mode. You do. What do you do? Noblesse. Noblesse won't be that good though. But I guess he doesn't have a good fucking artifact set. Using Emblem. Yeah, that's how you know it's fucking cooked. When your Durin is on Emblem. Jesus Christ. Fuck me, bro. That's. We're just gonna go 2 piece, whatever. Crit value. Okay, so we have 98.4, 62.2, 20 times 6.6. EM. Yep. Yeah, multiplier. Yup. More than that, actually. Like, he doesn't vape that much. But what he vapes tends to be Mona buffed. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we do Finale plus Bond of Life set. You don't want to use Shilon Burst in this team. You only use it when you need the healing. Having to add it into your rotation isn't worth it. Motion value, vaped. He'll get like 2 vaped hits. 265.9. What that? And unvaped. $159, 120.2, 136.8. 122.8, 90.4, 109.9. Yeah. Damage. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. And yeah, we can just override this manually. Mona's doing like 50k. Philonen's doing like 50k. Oops. Alright, something like this. And that brings your total to around 100k. Here. If Mona's C1. Around 110k. Mona's C4. And 120k. Oh my god. Wait, that's actually 15 crit damage to DURIN. DURIN doesn't have full uptime. He's got 2/3 uptime, so it's basically 30 CD as well. Alright. What about... What about, instead of Mona Shilonen... Or actually... What about Albedo instead of Mona first? Can you get Mona 80 EM? You don't actually do it. Like, that's the thing. You don't do the turret attack. I guess you do it later. So I could do 40 EM average. I guess for Molani it would be 60 EM average, and then for DURIN he wouldn't get it. But sure, yeah. Plus 60 EM average. Alright, so you're losing Mona, which hurts a lot for Molani damage, right? We lose Mona, we lose Instructor, 120 EM gone. We lose Omen, 60 damage percent gone. Right? 30k? Is it really that much? Oh my god. Yeah. Okay, that might be too much actually. It's fine. We gain 42 damage percent from Albedo's thing. We gain 125 EM back. You know what, actually? Nah, Albedo's the GOAT. We gain 15 damage percent from Resonance. 876 base defense, 58.3. 54. 30, 69. Geo Ascension, Husk, Goblet, Passive, Chilonen. Oh yeah, we lose the Hydro Resonance, that's true. Is there anything else? There isn't, right? Am I an idiot? I am an idiot. There we go. Um, 80, 227, 240. We still have the Shred, but for this we have an extra this, y'all. Yeah, this Albedo character is pretty good. Albedo beats Mona C0 here. Oh, you're right. I'm a fucking idiot. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. It doesn't. It's actually about as good as Mona C0. I gave her the full 42. Although, I didn't give him the 42, because I'm an idiot also there. Or him. No, it still does beat her. But honestly, with this team, you probably do a different rotation, right? Because you don't have to do weird bullshit for Mona Omen extension stuff. Wouldn't Sucrose just be better than Chilonen? I can't believe I'm saying this, but like, if you go Sucrose instead of Chilonen, you lose so much Albedo damage. Like, I don't know if that's better. It's also going to be pretty difficult to get good uptime on your shred with Sucrose. Yeah, like with this team, you probably do Molani, apply Hydro, Chilonen EN2, DURIN EQ, Albedo EQ, and then you just do a normal Molani uptime, and then you just start over, no? Like, probably? How fast can you get that? How long does it take for Molani to do 3 chomps in a burst? Let's take a look at GC Sim. Molani. Sort by DPS. Scroll down past the whale shit. Scroll down past the fake shit. Look at a real Molani team. The setup here is probably wrong, but I do think this is a 3 chomp, and I just want to look at what her field time looks like. Alright, so you swap into Molani at 5.8. Oh my god. Molani Sims, man. It's so funny. First chomp. Let's just look up Sharky. Sharky. First chomp at 8.3. Second at 11.2. Oh, this is a 2 chomp rotation. GG. Wait, is there ever a world where you can do 2 Molani uptimes, like 2 full Molani uptimes with DURIN 20-second app? Wait, there might be. If you do like Molani apply Hydro, Chilonin EN2, Albedo EQ, DURIN EQ, Molani uptime, Chilonin EN2, Albedo burst, Molani uptime number 2. Shit, that might work, man. Shit, that might actually work. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do, okay? I'm gonna make a config. I'm gonna yoink a config first. Right, Molani. Is there a Molani Albedo config? There is not. Okay, GG. Whatever. I'm gonna yoink this config for now. And then I'm just gonna yoink Albedo from literally anywhere. Alright, we'll take this Albedo. We'll copy it over Sucrose here. Alright, very cool. We'll give Albedo Infinity R. We'll give everyone Infinity R. Just to make things simple. Not Molani, actually. But everyone else. And then let's do Moika instead. And don't look at DPS, because I'm fucking yoinking a C6R5 Moika config, just so I don't have to fucking type this shit. Alright, so okay, what is combo 2? Right, this is two chomps, and this is 3 chomps, right? Yeah, so they do 2 chomps with burst and 3 chomps. Okay, so we can remove this thing, right? This thing as well. Okay. So, we got Molani, Albedo, Shilonen, Mawika. Alright, we do Molani, Shilonen, EN2. Albedo, skill, burst. Did I give Albedo Infinity R? I did. Okay, bad. Albedo, skill, burst. Mawika, skill, burst. That should take around as long as Albedo, or as Durin E-burst, kinda. Then Molani's skill. Yeah, for now let's do this. Then Shilonen, skill, attack 2. Then skill attack 2. Albedo burst. Molani skill. Molani underscore combo 3. Okay. Just want to check how this sample looks. Alright, so we swap to Albedo and we use his burst at 3.4. Right? Then we go to Molani and we do shit. Right? Then we swap to Shilonen at 14. Back to Albedo. It's basically the perfect time, actually. Right? The burst cooldown comes back up pretty much exactly at the right time. And then go back to Molani. When did we use Mawika burst? At what time? At 4.2, which means until 24, Durin would be applying. So we'd get our last app from Durin. The last app from Durin could hit after the Molani thing. And you'd be able to get this to work, yeah. Yeah, so this is a rotation that would work, actually. Right? Or not? Am I an idiot? Alright, so the Sharky hit here would be at 20.9. Then the next hit would be at 23.7. Yeah, and then the next hit would be at like 25 point something. 26.6. Okay, then what's happening here? We're just... Oh, we're manually running out of Night Soul because I didn't deactivate Molani's skill. Yeah, that makes sense. Molani skill. And now... Now... we swap out of Molani at 27. When we first swap out of Molani at 27-second rotation, if we do this thing. Let's take a look at whether that would work, or whether that would be better. So, pretty much all of the stats would be the same, but instead of a 22-second rotation, it would be a 27-second rotation. Albedo. Where is Albedo? Yeah, Albedo. You would need Fab Albedo here, though, right? Because you're doing 2 bursts per rotation. Yeah, that's a little sus, huh? And not if you have C1, true! I think you still need it with C1. Anyways, yeah, now this, instead of being 10, would be 13. Yeah, and now we get 5 chomps. Wait, Chomp, maybe this is actually better. Wait, chat. Don't you front load Chilone's particles into Albedo? I suppose you do. So maybe you don't need to go Fab on him. Dude, Albedo is such a broken character now. What the fuck? Dude, Albedo's really good now. What's going on? Is it the 42 damage percent? Not even! He only gives 12 in this team. But like, bro's just doing 24k DPS for no reason. Yeah, like he's doing double Durin DPS. This is Husk Albedo. Okay, what about a 1 burst rotation? Or one thing rotation. Let's give. So you're capped at 18 seconds with Durin. I wonder if there's ever a world where you can do a 2-skill rotation that just doesn't do the full chomp bullshit. Alright, where you do something like Maloney N1, Chilonen E N2. Durin EQ. Wolani E 1 chomp. Chilonen. No. Not Chilonen. Albedo. EQ. Ilonen, EN2, Molani, Q, E, 3 chomps. Something like that. Yeah, I'll just change the combo too, so that it only does 1 instead of 2 chomp. Don't do burst. Albedo, skill, burst. Ilonen, EN2, Molani, skill. So how does the timing line up for this? Right. Are we waiting for cooldowns ever? So Shilonen's skill cooldown starts at 1.4, and we swap to Shilonen. After the skill cooldown is ready. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Then Molani burst. During burst travel time, skill comes back. No problem. Okay, so yeah, just the rotation is working, but I think it's longer than 18 seconds, right? Yeah. Finish at 23. Yeah. I don't think you want to do this. Damn. But, like, it's not bad either. Right, you can get a 23-second rotation with 4 chomps. Right? So, 23. Chomps. Albedo is now at 11. Yeah, more like 10, honestly. The EM buff from Albedo doesn't apply to all the damage anymore. It now only applies to about 2/3 of it. And we get 4 chomps now. That's still around 110k. And then if you do the like most straightforward thing with Molani N1, Ilonen, DURIN, Albedo, skill, burst. Molani skill. Combo 3. Molani burst. Oh boy. We don't talk about the energy problem here. Fine. Okay, so in this one, we swap to Molani at 6, and we run out of things to do at 18. Yeah, so this is a straight up, like, no problem 18-second rotation. With 3 chomps. But the problem is that now we don't have enough energy to burst every rotation anymore, right? And that's a pretty big fucking problem. So let's adjust things because of that. So 18. Albedo stuff is now at 8. PM back to 125. Amount of chomps down to 3. And burst down to every other rotation. And with one less stack of the passive. Yeah, so this is worse. Damn. Did you look at this already? No. Potential new rotation with Mona, Sucrose, Malika. There's been a lot of discussion regarding Durin and Mona, and I feel like Mona is really the bigger Molani upscale of Luna 3. Disagreed! It's neither Mona nor Durin, it's Albedo. True! Wait, what's going on here? Okay. Yeah, so like, this rotation starts at 6 seconds. The Omen applies at like 7, 8, basically. Alright, it's been 5 seconds, so current Omen expires, but you still have 8 seconds. You still have 8 seconds with the changes. Right? You have until 21, right? You get 1 chomp. Yeah, I don't think you get 2 chomps for Mona. That's C0. Yeah. Anyways. Is there a world where we can get 2 Shilonen skills here? Probably not, right? Probably too optimistic. Well, I don't know. No, probably not. Yeah. Is Mona the best higher character now? I don't even think that C0 Mona is better than Albedo from Molani. Like, based off the shit I'm looking at right now, Albedo is kind of fucking smurfing in these teams. Is he the LeBron James of Genshin? Pretty much, man. Can you do Klee calcs? I'm not gonna do Klee calcs today because we need to see some actual footage of the Klee stuff for it to be calcable at all. Why is Albedo's DPS so high? They're making Albedo good, man. Like, his numbers are getting Omega buffed. Can I get a quick rundown on why Albedo is so strong with the buffs? Well, he gives a pretty big damage percent buff now that he just got for free, but also, they just straight up fucking doubled his damage. Like, straight up, he now has a passive that adds 240% motion value to his skill hit, and his skill at talent level 10 is 240 motion value. It straight up doubles his damage. Like, sure, he didn't have that much damage, but like, doubling the damage of a unit that does 10k DPS is plus 10k DPS to your team DPS, and that's kind of a big deal, actually. You know, that 100 EM nerf on NEFER was less than 10k. Does that 240 still work when his flower is destroyed? I think so, yeah. His C1 is probably even worth no. His C1 fucking sucks ass. Albedo's C1 is like massive bait. The C2 is pretty good, so if you somehow already got C1, selecting C2 is okay. But selecting C1 is just stupid. Don't do that to yourself. Is Albedo the new best teammate for NEFER? No. His uptime on burst, like on EM, isn't that good. But he's not bad. The biggest problem with NEFER is not actually the uptime, it's that you don't have 2 witches. In order for Albedo to be good, he needs 2 witches on the team, right? Like, he himself counts as a witch, but you need to have a second HEXENZIRKEL character. If you don't, you're cooked. Right, so you need to have Sucrose, Mona, DURIN, one of those. And Mona doesn't work as solo Hydro for NEFER. Not the Hex buffs include Constellation, but yeah, they are buffing Albedo's C1, but it's not that big of a buff. It's an okay thing. Does Albedo power creep Tiori in Construct teams now? Yeah. Oh yeah, he's like way better. Are the hexes only active if you have Durin? No. You need to have 2 witches in the team, but it doesn't need to be Durin specifically. Yeah, I ended up putting all this Milani shit in the Mona tab, even though it's actually Albedo stuff, not Mona stuff, but whatever. I guess I want to look at Mona Sucrose as well. So Sucrose. I don't know how realistic it is to assume that you get the stuff from Sucrose with good uptime. But for now, we will assume that you can. Right? So we lose the 40 damage percent from Scroll. But we get... we're not infusing in this team. We get... what is it? 90 divided by 7? From the new Sucrose passives. And we get... like 230 EM. Yeah, that's a bit better, but it's not that much better, and it's a lot more of a headache to play. So I don't think I'd recommend it. Actually, that's not even true, because you're not getting this shred now. This goes to 0.9. Yeah. And it is still slightly better, huh? I don't know. What about Albedo Sucrose? That is going to be a bit more sus because a lot of what makes Albedo good is the resonance. So without the is geo resonance, and so without geo resonance, things get a little sus. Like we lose hydro resonance, We lose Omen. We lose... I guess that's it for Mono C0. No, we lose Instructor. We gain... Albedo... Albedo damage. 42. Get the damage bonus. We gain Albedo personal damage. And yeah. We don't have any shred for Geo. Yeah. Wait, I didn't put the 125 EM. I guess that's not that bad, actually. 12, not 42 on Maloney again. You're right. Yeah, I guess that's kind of bad then. GG. Or C1 mono. We already have C1 mono calcs here. C1 is about 8% DPS. C2 is about another 8%. No, it's more than that. No, that's C4, not C2. I'm an idiot. Yeah. The thing is with Mona, I don't know how realistic my buff uptime assumptions are. I'll need to actually like test these things to be sure. You know, Albedo actually wants to use his burst in these teams, so maybe Festering Desire isn't bad. Like in the teams where you don't have double GO and your requirements aren't that high, or pretty high, Festering Desire is probably pretty good. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, I guess TTS does not like the fact that you said piss. But no, I did not listen to the new Elstorm album. You got how much better FISCHL got for Flynn's. Flynn's teams are actually pretty much the teams where the FISCHL buffs matter the least. Because Flynn's like EM scaling isn't that great, and he's already pretty saturated on EM. If FISCHL gave the attack buff to Flynn's teams with Sucrose, it would be so much better. But with the EM buff, you're kind of like, eh. Eh. What about Mona Flynn's? I can take a look at that. New Mona. C4. Let's look at C4, because I feel like if you're not C4, he's just gonna be dog shit. Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna look at Mona. Mona C4. Wait. Let's put this back to NEFER. Detain. Yeah. Mona C4. What were my assumptions for Mona C4 here? So the C1 is giving 8, so I was assuming half uptime. Yeah. Oops. So Mona 15 instead. 30 instead. 60 instead. Yeah, so Mona should be slightly better than I know C0 now. You're above Cinefa as well. That's true. Yeah, I'm too lazy to fucking count this shit though. I can't be bothered, man. Ugh. I've already been calculating these things for like almost 7 hours. You look at overrate teams with DURIN and FISCHL. Yeah. I don't know about Chaska though. Cause like you do DURIN, FISCHL, who's your last slot? Mona? Ew. Ew. I don't like that. Arena with what healer? Is ALBEDO, FISCHL, Tiltnadi, Nahida a real team? No. What the fuck are you cooking, man? What the hell is bro cooking? Jesus Christ. But like... Chat, do you guys think there's ever a world where, like... Karina Villette is good? What about Kari Ayato, actually? Like, Ayato benefits from both the attack and the EM buff that FISCHL is gonna give in these teams. And like... I'm really gonna push the Burgeon Durin agenda. Because I feel like it's pretty much the only team where his kid doesn't feel Omega chopped. Two heals and Curry, just don't get hit. Yeah, that's a problem the team has for sure. Maybe you just go Kokomi then. You know, Albedo would fit Burgeon teams now, right? Like, what about, like, NEFED, Albedo, Llama, DURIN? Not enough Hydro Up. That's why Albedo's there. His Geo application weakens the Burning Aura and allows NEFED to both vape and bloom on the same Hydro app. Like, no. Okay, to be fair though, Albedo's standard ICD is kind of gonna cook things a little, right? Yeah. Yeah. Maybe they buff his ICD too. What if they do that? Do the extra procs help his ICD? I don't think it's additional instances of damage. I think it's just the number being bigger. Apparently we have footage now, so I can go take a look. Or maybe we don't have footage? I don't know. I mean, okay, it's not that DURIN is a bad unit, is that it's the first time for a while that we've had a unit that doesn't feel like they're really an upgrade to anyone. DURIN's going to be part of a lot of characters' good teams, but it's honestly a lot more the HEXENZIRKEL bringing Albedo and Mona into the meta properly, and DURIN being necessary to activate the HEXENZIRKEL buffs for those characters. Yeah, so it's not an extra instance of damage. It just makes the number bigger. So it shouldn't change the application. Anyways, I'm gonna calc Burgeon Vape, Albedo NEFED. I'm holding out hope. Okay. Trust. Okay, so we're gonna have NEFED, Llama, DURIN. Why? Oh, right. Okay. So in this team, yeah, you go Spindle. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Any other sources of damage percent in this team? No, not really. But we have Shred, 35 Shred from DURIN, so 25 1.125. Nevilet. We didn't click out? No. I'll wait until we have footage for that. Okay. Goblet, I shall say. Um... Albedo buff. His own buff. Anything else for damage percent? Not really, right? And then here, we don't have I shall say. We don't have his own buff. Yeah. Crit value, 98.4, 62.2, 20 times 6.6. I shall say. We also are gonna need EM now. EM multiplier, vape, EM multiplier, virgin. I guess I also need EM multiplier, lunar bloom. Ugh. 80 plus 125 from Albedo. Is Albedo DURIN really the new wheelchair? Kinda. Yeah. Anyways, we get like 8 pyro apps from DURIN. That's 8 vapes. We probably vape the skills and the burst. And then we get like 15 hydro apps from Nevilet. Out of those 15 hydro apps, 8 are vaped. Out of those 8 vapes, maybe 4 are also burgeoning. So I think we'll do 12 burgeons. I think that's reasonable. Yeah. Okay. What artifact set is this DURIN using? That is a good question. In this team, it would be flop, I think. This is on a vaped charge attack. An unvaped charge attack would be this. And the skill in burst would be this. A charge attack is 13.45. So 13.45 times... There's a total of 24. We said we're getting 8 vapes. So 5 of those are going to be charge attacks. So 19 unvaped. 13.45 times 5 vaped times 1 point. Yeah, you can get the stack from Crystallize. So 1.6. And these are vaped, so times 2. Then the skill 21.87 times 2 times 2. 37.84 times 2. And then we also got, sorry, 15.48 times 2 here. Okay. And then we have a llama shred. So that's 25 shreds, so 15, so 0.75. Okay. Wait. Chat? This is a good start. This is a lot higher than NEFER's usual personal damage in these teams. The like vape procs are actually doing a lot. And the fact that we have 3 stacks. Wait a second. Wait a second. DURIN. DURIN. 347. 510. Iron Sting. 20% attack. That's pretty much it. 350. Damage percent. Basically nothing. Yeah, bro. This fucking Farida fraud. I mean, we're getting Iron Sting, what is it, 24, I think, at R5. EM, 187 times 3, 165. What else? Just substats. And flop. Yeah. We'll have 12 Virgins. Yeah, multiplier vape is... doesn't matter, because he's not vaping for shit. Yeah, multiplier Virgin. 16 times EM divided by 2000 plus EM plus 1. 0.8. Crit value. Ain't got much. Crit multiplier. Effective attack 1. Gonna be... yeah. And then instead of effective attack here, we'll do a Virgin proc. So 4341 times... yeah, multiplier. Times 1.15. Plus 472.2% of Llama's EM. Llama's EM, 187 times 3, 200, 115.2. Another 200, one from base style, one from weapon. 125 from Albedo that I forgot about on him. 140 from substats. That's it. Yeah. And then motion value for his shit. Do I still have DURIN open? I do not. You got ALBEDO's EM to Navile? I believe I did, yeah. Yeah, I did. So this is gonna be light mode, 179.5. $148.4, 111.5, 127.4, 219.8 times 14. Okay, and then pyro resistance is threaded through DURIN only, so it's that. And dendro resistance is, wait, is getting shredded through Llama and DURIN, so that's 35 plus 25, 60, 50 overflow, 1.25. And then Llama. Was it 255 base on Llama? Also Deepwood shred. You are right. I forgot about Deepwood. There's another 30 shred. That's true. So 1.4. I don't like where this is going, but I do. I like it a lot, actually. Karina is a fraud, I guess? She's kind of looking like a bit of a fraud, yeah. Yeah, multiplier Lunar Bloom is 1.14 times 6 times EM divided by 2000 plus EM plus 1. Crit value. We don't have crit main stat. Effective attack 1. Attack. Effective attack 2. EM. Effective attack 3. EM with Lunar Bloom. I guess I need to add a row, huh? Yeah, let's just say burn. Because it's both Burgeon and Burning. So what did I do here? What did I want to do here? Alright, I wanted to put this here. This here. This here. And then proc burning on her. Burning Genshin. 390 times multiplier. Number of burning procs to give you about 20. Motion value attack. Llama skill 268.7. $163.2 times 7. 326.4 times 7. 258.4 times 3. Then Dendro damage gets shredded with Deepwood, Durin, and Llama. That's 90 shred, so 1.4. And then Pyro damage, we've already said, gets shredded through by 1.125. Right. Okay, I must have done something wrong. This cannot be real. Right? This cannot be real. Right? This... Did I give for the 42? No, that's 12, not 42. I actually forgot to give it to the other characters. I guess maybe you have ER requirements that are a bit too high here, right? Because this is only a 1E rotation. But, like, sometimes you get 2, right? Like, it's not a very strict rotation. Right, it's not like you've got any buffs that are, like, really tight for uptime or anything. You just use your abilities when they're up. I mean, bro. Erase it? Albedo's gonna get nerfed. Man! Dude! I don't know what the... Bro! Fuck! How does Llama have so much damage here? Burning. Like, a third of the damage is just burning DPS. How many blooms does Durin do? I'm assuming 12 virgins right now. Does this change your perception of Durin not being best in slot anywhere? Oh, my initial impression of him wasn't that he's not best in slot anywhere. It was that he was kind of just a virgin unit. So that hasn't really changed my thoughts on him. If anything, it's kind of confirming them. Does Albedo not interact with any aura? He does. He weakens the burning aura so that NERFED's hydro application can trigger vape, right? So you still get the damage from a vape, but you also get a bloom. You get both. Thanks to Albedo. And the persistent Dendro aura from Llama prevents Hydro from overtaking. So pretty much every pyro obligation leads to NERFED vaping something. Doesn't Albedo ICD suck? Yeah, it does. That's the biggest, the only thing that's really keeping this team from actually being the GOAT, right? If Albedo's ICD didn't suck, you could get like 16 versions instead of 12. And that would push the team DPS a tiny bit high. Yeah. Yeah. How do you know it's 12? I'm estimating 12. Over the course of 3 full charge attacks, NERFED gets like basically 12 hydro applications. Plus the skill, plus the burst. You'll get and then plus the fact that the optimal rotation for this team isn't going to be a fully synchronous rotation, so you'll just use your E off cooldown so you get extra app from that. You'll end up with like about 16 hydro applications per rotation. And those hydro applications are all going to do something, right? If there's a pyro aura on the enemy, they're going to vape. If there isn't, they're going to bloom. If there's a pyro aura on the enemy and it vapes, you don't get a bloom. But if there's a pyro aura on the enemy and Albedo hits, it weakens the aura, and then your next app gets a bloom. And Albedo should allow that to happen about 4 times per rotation. Right? Because he applies Geo like 6 times per rotation. And it's not always going to line up perfectly. But I'm assuming that out of the 16-ish hydro applications you're going to get, about 12 of them are going to lead to a bloom. We could be a bit more pessimistic in our assumptions and assume 10. I don't think it's going to be any less than that, though. But this is still fucking solid. Do you use Albedo Burst? Yeah, you do. 125 EM is kind of nice. It's not just good for... It's literally good for your whole team, by the way, right? It's good for NERFED because he's vaping. It's good for Llama, and it's good for Durin. Also, chat, this isn't single target, right? In AoE, yeah. I guess you don't have full uptime on the EM buff, but you have good uptime on the EM buff on NERFED specifically, because you will use the burst right before you swap to him. So we can leave basically full uptime on NERFED, but Llama and Albedo probably don't get something like that. Let's do 80 EM average instead of 125. Sure. Brings us down to like 118, 116 instead of 118. No, 117 instead of 118. Very minor thing. How much do you lose if you put Ayato there? Honestly, I don't even know if you lose. Ayato might be better. Because Ayato has more Hydro App. But I don't know how the rotations are going to look with Ayato. That's the problem. Yeah, also Burgeons do kill you if you're using Ayato instead of Navidad. The Durin Burgeon is good because his app sucks, kinda, yeah. That's how Burgeons always worked, you know? Zarok's calling you out right now. What is he saying? What? What is he saying about me? What are you saying about me? That's true. Wow, I didn't know I was the grand tournament mechanic that activates upon using a hero power. Sorry, chat, that wasn't very funny. Anyways. Hearthstone, yeah. That is a Hearthstone reference. I'll be right back, chat. I'm back! Okay. Chat, the fact that Albedo fucking Witch Resonance is required for his buffs is so tragic. Because if it wasn't, he'd actually be good. Like in like this NEFER team, for example. maybe, hear me out, chat. Maybe there's a world where you do quick swap NEFER Mona with Albedo. Nah, that's just sus, man. Her E needs to, yeah, like, you'd have to do sac frag for it to work, but it's kind of, yeah. Yeah, no. It's not it. Anyways, chat, let's do some razor calcs. Anything but Klee. I'm not doing Klee until we have footage, okay? Actually, I say that. I won't do Klee even when we get footage, because there ain't no fucking way I'm trying to figure out what are the best combos. I'll wait for someone else to do it, and then I'll just parrot what they say, okay? Alright, chat. Razor, Bennett, FISCHL, Traverse. So Razor, man, if only this was attack instead of physical damage, man. Anyways, 234 plus Serpent Spine, attack percent, Pyro Resonance, FISCHL proc, Noblesse. Do we go TOM FISCHL? Probably not, right? Probably Golden Troop. So, yeah, Chevaliers. Song of Broken Bond, or Song of Days Past is gonna be equivalent to about a Noblesse. Substats. Bennett attack buff. Damage percent, Pyro. Oh yeah, attack sense, that's true. It might not be an attack sense now that they buffed his shit, though. Anyways. Bennett C6. Chevreuse. Buff. Is there anything else? No, right? And then Electro damage. Chevreuse proc. Electro Goblet, I think. Oh yeah, Serpent Spine. Okay, crit value. EM. I don't know. Let's say you get 80. By the way, chat, we're gonna do the EM Bennett tech in this one. Official EM? You don't get EM in Overload teams. What is that tech? Flickering auras between Razor and Bennett from self-application make it so that both Razor and Bennett trigger overload, which means that Bennett gets okay off-field overload damage. But it's kind of a 50-50 whether or not it happens, because Overload has global ICD, so if your application is too close back to back, you'll only get one of them. Which is really funny. But hey, it is what it is. Just fucking just win the 50-50, man. Anyways, effective attack, Pyro. Electro. Overload proc is what, 43, no, 3979 times EM multiplier. Okay. Motion value, Pyro. Probably do the 15-second version, so 14 attacks. 4 times 161. 4 times 139. 4 times 174. 3 times 229. I think I fucked up earlier. Oh no, I didn't. Okay. Oh, it's not 3, it's 2. Orange. Do the HEXENZIRKEL buffs work even when DURIN isn't on the team? Yeah, as long as you have 2 HEXENZIRKEL characters. In this case, Razor and FISCHL. Okay, electro damage. We have 398 times QE, 7 normals E, 7 normals E. So 4. Oh yeah, I forgot about his other constellations. So he's got 10 damage percent from this. Fucking pathetic. And then 10 crit rate against very low HP enemies. So it's like basically 5 CV average from that. Sure. And then this comes into play later. Okay, so we've got 4 skill procs. We've got 1 initial burst, 320. We've got all the burst coordinated attack hits, and we've got 70% times 14. Right? And then we've also got 200 from the procs of C6, and 2 or 3 procs of that thing. I think I said 3, right? Yeah, so 150 times 3. Okay. Then number of overloads. My. Well, 14 attacks. You'll get like maybe 7 overloads from the normals, plus the self overloads, which is another like 5-ish probably. It's more than that, actually. It's like up to 1 per second. More like 8. I think about 15 total is pretty reasonable. Just use GC Sim for the non-self overload? Sure. No, this is plunge. Razor. Okay. So... One... 2... 3... 4... 5... 6... This should be 7. Huh? Should be about 7. I don't know. Yeah, there's some swap. I don't think this rotation is optimized. Whatever. So 7 plus the about 8 self. Damage, pyro. Damage, electro. Damage, overload. Damage, time, DPS. Razor over 1,000,000 DPR. Holy shit. Holy shit. Bennett, 191, 565. Attack percent. We don't have the official. We do have noblesse. We do have chivalrous. We do have substats. We don't have the. Well, we do have the. Yeah, pretty much this is. Wait. I forgot a fucking attack sans. I didn't give him a sans, bro. Holy shit. You include the death shot? Yeah, I did. Yeah. So, we don't have any stacks of chivalrous. We'll have 1 stack, actually. No Serpent Spine. No. Yeah. Good value. EM. You go full EM. Motion value pyro. 466. 275. Number of overloads is going to be like 6. Crit Surly should be removed. It is. This is just substats. Yep, and then we can just paste this shit. Yep. So Bennett is doing around 10k DPS just thanks to overload. Right, without the overload, he's doing 1k. Yeah. Let's add base HP, HP percent, flat HP, total HP, and instead of plus 40% from Chavar's, we'll actually have it be plus minimum 40% Chavar's total HP divided by 1,000 times 1%. And at 40,000, it'll be capped. And if I do 41,000, it won't move. Yeah, okay. Okay. I'm in. Is that real? I want to finish this calc before anyways, so it's fine. Alex is apologizing to Varessa, that makes sense. Yeah. He deserves that apology for sure. Okay, shows base attack 193. And Fav. Attack percent. Resonance, yeah. Yeah. Flat attack. Total attack. Base HP. 11,962. HP percent. 46.6 times 3. Plus 30. Plus 24. 5k. Okay. Damage percent. 20%. EM 40. The attack, pyro. Yeah. We'll take a look. We'll even if it's live, okay? I want to finish this calc before we look at this, anyways. Okay. Motion value, pyro. For now, we just do QE. So 736.3 plus 98.2. I think it's times 7, but I'm not sure. Might be 5. Whatever. Plus 564.8. Alright, and finally, FISCHL. 244 plus. What weapon do we go here? Oh shit. Ilios from Wonderland unlocked. Sick, dude. An elegy for Fate and Moonlight. Alright, I guess let's do the NEFER trial. See how she feels before we finish the calc. What do they want me to do first? Just trigger Lunar Bloom and obtain
It all
version
adds up.
Okay. Then use skills, unleash phantasm, performance, use burst. Okay. So
Let's see what you're made of. It all falls into place. Seek within.
oh yeah, this shit goes fast, man.
By the Frostman of old.
No claw! Shaken and stirred!
Can't hide the truth. Time to come clean. The deception ends here.
She wants it!
Time to come clean. Leave this place for the everlasting.
Ding dong! Scratch that! Look at you!
It all adds up.
I will say, I don't know if I like how she feels, honestly.
No more lies. It all adds up.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like the visual clarity is really bad.
Think you can't handle your dirt. Ding dong!
No more lies. Time to come clean. Let's see what you're made of. Forest? Can't hide the truth. Time to come clean.
The visual clarity is just really bad. Like, it's hard to tell whether your charge attack is going through or not. Also, why the fuck does she have only 645 EM here? Did they forget to give her elemental mastery? What? I guess there's no EM in the substats, right? 42 here, that's it. Wait, what? Feels like it should be higher than this. I'm confused. Whatever, man.
Leave this place.
Stay on us! There's one! Look!
It all adds up. Let's see what you're made of. No more lies. Time to come clean.
Bro, I can't fucking tell what's going on when I'm playing this character. I'm gonna be honest. Like,
Scratch that! Look at you!
You poor lot. It all adds up.
1,
It all falls into place.
3,
Can't hide the
4,
truth.
do a normal charge attack.
It all falls into place.
Dude, I don't know, man. She actually feels awful. Oh no.
Ding dong! Stay on us!
It all adds up. No more lies. Time to come clean. It all falls into place.
Oh. I forgot to get Hydro.
For it?
Chew on this! Shaken and stirred!
It all adds up. Seek within.
I can't tell, man. I actually straight. I think in a perfect world, what you want to do is you want to do 3 charge attacks as quickly as possible, then E again, then do a normal charge attack before you regenerate enough Verdant Dew, right?
Leave.
Go claw!
With one heart, we...
Think you can bully me?
It all falls into place. No more lies. The deception ends here. It all falls into place.
Right? I don't know.
Forest?
Good one! What? Ain't having your drink.
Can't hide the truth. The mystery unravels. Let's see what you're made of.
I did my cancel too early.
You poor lost lamb. By the frost.
Chew on this. Scratch that.
It all adds up. Time to come clean.
Oh. Alright. So, like...
Forest, protect us with one...
Good one! Let shaken and stirred.
No more lies. The deception ends here. It all adds up.
I stopped generating Verdant Dew because he fucking died, and I know took like 3 seconds to hit the next wave. Ugh.
Leave. By the frost moon of old.
Think you can bully me?
Can't hide the truth. Let's see what you're made of. Seek within. Let's see what you're made.
I wish this thing was tankier. Yeah, I guess that's what you want to do, right?
For the everlasting forest.
Lash, shaken and stirred.
The mystery unravels. It all falls into place.
Good one!
No more lies. It all falls into place.
Finish the calcs and then test on a viewer account? Yeah, that's probably what I'll do. Just do this one more time.
Go claw!
By the frost moon of old.
Scratch that. Diana!
Can't hide the truth. Let's see what you're made of. It all adds up. Time to come clean.
Lash attack!
Okay, you straight up have time to do the burst and the swap. Without losing time.
You poor lost lamb. With one hope.
Chew on this! I'm a rock! Look at you!
No more lies. The mystery unravels. It all adds up. It all falls into place.
Yeah, that new generation was a little sus. Are you pulling? Probably, but I'm not gonna have her build. Get in here. What?
Leave.
Good one! Look!
For the everlasting forest.
Pew pew! Diana!
Can't hide the truth. Time to come clean. No more lies.
Okay. You can't swap cancel her charge attack, which kind of feels awful, honestly.
the frost moon of old.
Yeah, can't handle your...
Can't hide the truth. The deception ends here. No more lies. Let's see what you're made of.
Yeah, and then here... Yeah, because he died, we lost our fucking Verdant Dew generation. It's just really annoying. It's like when enemies die because Ino's application fucking sucks, your Verdant Dew just pauses.
For it. With one heart.
Pew pew!
It all adds up. Let's see what you're made of.
I'm a rough...
Can't hide the truth. Seek within.
And it makes things slow down so much. Oh, is it 150 base now? That's so funny. That's really funny. Alright, anyways, let's finish the fucking Razor Calc, and then we'll go test NEFER. Never mind, it's not 150. Oh, 50 is from Dental Resonance. I see. That's so funny. You guys are idiots. True. Oh yeah, FISCHL's getting a new weapon, right? No. Well, kind of. I guess. This is not good, though. This is ass. This, bro. Okay. Where do you even fucking go? We just go Viridescent Hunt. Whatever. Attack percent. What do we get? We get Resonance, we get Noblesse, we get the Pseudo Noblesse, we get Substats, we get SUCROSE, we get 46.6, we get 24 from Ascension, we get 45 from her new buff. Yeah, yeah. Damage percent. Electro. 46.6. 70. And then one SUCROSE stack, let's say. Crit value. Plus 62.2 plus 27.6 times 2. EM. 80. E-attack. Pyro, doesn't fucking matter. Electro. Overload proc. Motion value Pyro. Motion value Electro. Yeah, you're not getting full FISCHL uptime here, right? Like, you're probably doing... burst on FISCHL. Then on the next rotation, you skill end, like during your uptime, or during your downtime. And then you burst at the start of your next uptime. Yeah, so you get full uptime every other rotation and two-thirds uptime for the rest. So it's going to be like about 75% uptime. So let's do like 14 hits. So 14 times... 178 plus 231 divided by 2 plus 200 divided by 2 plus 416 plus 222 plus 14 C6 procs and Honestly, probably about 10 A4 procs. Number of overloads is not going to be very many. Maybe like 2. Yep. What? That can't be right. That can't be right. That can't be right. Right? Like, that cannot be right. Then plus 46.6 minus 46.6 plus 46.6 minus another 46.6 plus 62.2 minus another 46.6. It's worse. Okay. Check EM sends on Razor instead of attack sends. I don't think it'll be better now. There's a small overload sneak on Bennett and Song being 20% attack on Razor. I guess that's fair. Is DURIN better than Bennett in this team? Probably not, no. I'm pretty sure DURIN is a lot worse. Bennett needs a lot of ER. Bro, this is FISCHL with Electro Resonance. It is not actually difficult to get his burst. Oh well. We'll confirm this stuff later. Isn't... Yeah. Alright, chat. Anyone who went for NEFER that would be willing to lend me their account for testing? If so, send me a DM on Discord. So that someone that's already built her. Okay, Axel, bet. No, Calc one where Bennett gets Nightsoul from being in Natlan. It wouldn't even do that much, honestly. Yeah, Axel, you can send me your account information. Fog. I need to find a mistake here, because there's no way this is real, right? Power Resonance, FISCHL buff, Noblesse, yeah. I guess maybe we can do 10 to be more, like, realistic.
Looking out over a meadow, cider in hand.
Actually, let's just put her on scroll instead. Right? That way we get to avoid the whole conundrum. Right? And just do 12 damage percent. There you go. It's fucking better anyways. That's crazy. This is looking to be the best 4-star only team if it's real. No, this doesn't even fucking tickle Gumming's balls. Anyways, Chavos, Bennett C6, Serpent Spine, Razor C1, Scrolls, Chavos, Electro Goblet, Serpent Spine, Razor C1, Scroll. Yeah.
Sure, I'll play you another tune, but it'll cost.
Yeah. Game's up and we're still in Excel. Bro, I'm getting 100k DPS on a Razor team, okay? So, like, yeah. Yeah, game's up and we're still in Excel. Bro. Like, even if we're really... even if we look at 0 overloads, it's still at fucking 85k. Like, that's pretty good. Alright.
Apple.
Would Razor benefit more from a Power Goblet? Not even close, no. They Omega buff to the electro damage. No. I don't... Wait, what? That's... What? Bro, that's your UID, not your username. I can't log in with your UID. Unfortunately, that's not how it works. Alright, the 2FA has been sent. Am I skipping NEFER? Probably not, but I didn't pre-farm her, so I can't test on my account. By the way, what server are you on, Axel? EU? Okay. Acceptable. All right. Bet we have we have an NEFER. Very cool. Is she properly geared? She is. Level 90. That's pretty good. Well, that's pretty good. That's a little bit pathetic. It's alright. That's pretty pathetic. Damn. Okay. Disgusting team order, though. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, put the characters in the right order, please. Check talents? Oh, yeah. I should check talents. 189. Why 189? What is bro doing?
Emotions are
I accidentally did it. Okay. Alright, let's go test how she feels in actual fights. Right, we can't. It's over. We can't do that. Oh my god. Never mind, I forgot. I forgot. Oh, it's been a month and a half since NEFER, man. Or since Llama? Since Llama. I forgot this was a thing. Yeah, I guess we gotta test an abyss or some shit. Oh, that's disgusting. That's fucking disgusting. Oh well. NEFER, Llama. Cookie. I know. I know. I know. It said you need to gear the supports, I see. Oh, that's fine. That's fine. That's a little sus. Honestly, I don't want to have to use my head. There we go. That'll be enough. Okay, and then second side, what do we got? We got Veressa. That's my goat. What should we use? Do you got any whale shit? Probably not. I respect it. Oh, C2 Sit Lolly. C2 Raiden. Unfortunate. C2 Farina. C3. Oh, okay. Let's do that. Okay. So.
leave this place. By the frost.
Go claw! Dissipate!
No more lies. Time to come clean. The deception ends here. It all adds up. Time to come clean. You poor lost lamb. For the everlasting.
Look! Our bond is strong!
Can't hide the truth. Let's see what you're made of.
Lightning purified!
No more lies. Time to come clean.
I'm gonna be honest, chat. I have to lock in so much on the current Verdun do that I'm not even paying attention to the damage I'm doing. I don't think I saw a single number. Fuck! He dodged my. Oh, never mind. It didn't matter. Right, I forgot it. It won't matter. Right.
Leave this.
Stand with me.
It all falls into place. Seek within. Let's see what you're made of. It all falls into.
Chew on this. Ding dong, dissipate.
It all falls into place.
Let's do it again. That could have been better. I think I want to start with this.
Ration. Our bond is strong.
Please give me the fucking thing.
Can't hide the truth. The
Okay,
deception
I think I canceled like 3 autos there.
No more lies.
I think I canceled them too early.
Can't hide the truth.
Go claw. Ding dong, dissipate.
You poor lost lamb. Yeah. By the frostmoon of old. No more lies. Seek within. Can't hide the truth. It all falls into place.
Okay. Why is she doing so much giga damage? Abyss buff, R1. I wasn't paying attention to the numbers again. How much am I even hitting for? 128k. Okay, bye. C1. Is this C1? I don't think it's C1. Is it C1? Maybe it's C1.
Everybody stand back. Suffer the wrath
No?
of
Okay, yeah.
Eastling. Wrath from the skies. Incinerate. Full throttle. I'm going in. Show no mercy. You two. Time to end. Pyroclastic surge.
Is Cookie or Rhino an instructor? They should be, but they're not.
It all at
Come on.
branch into song.
Stand with me. Go claw.
For the everlasting forest. No more lies.
Out of my way.
It all falls into place.
Ding dong, weather bomb. Our bond is strong.
It all adds up. Time to come clean.
Rise with the
Solid.
Everybody stand. Fulfill our pact. Suffer the wrath of East. Light of the blazing sun. Incinerate. Teamwork is dream. East Laline. East Papa. Get him. Wrath from the skies.
We can try. We can test her second side now. Our first side is gonna be sus as hell, though. You know what? What is this? Let's, let's do, like, this or some shit. I don't know, man. Is this your account now?
Burn it down. Bring it.
A bitter pill to swallow.
Light of the blazing sun. Incinerate. Shower me with praise. Time to shine. Pyroclastic surge. Incinerate.
Okay.
Look, the rainbow.
With one heart, we
Get with me.
can't hide the truth. Time to come clean.
Is he outside of the fucking Ino burst? No, we're fine.
It all adds up.
He kind of was outside the Ino burst, actually. Okay.
Do you want this? Ding dong. I'll settle this.
Please give me the burst. Thank you.
By the frostmoon of old, can't hide the truth. It all falls into place. You pull. It all falls into place.
Huh?
Rise with the Yoo-hoo! Let my name echo in song. Let the mountain's veins boil. Wrath from the sky.
What?
Mind the side effects.
Bring it.
I'm gonna restart. I missed my fucking vape. Arena just decided to be really bad and awful, but I guess that's just what she usually does, so it just is what it is, right?
Let the world come alive. Pyroclastic surge. Incinerate.
That's fine.
It all adds. Leave this place
Look, it dissipates.
for the everlasting forest. Can't hide the truth. The deception ends here. No more lies. It all falls into place. Forest,
Do you want this? Lightning purify.
by the frostmoon of old. Time to come clean. The mystery unravels. Can't hide the truth. It all falls into place.
Yeah. Is she good? She feels awful to play, but she's pretty good.
Burn it down.
Oh, what am I doing?
Yoo-hoo!
A bitter pill to swallow.
Rise with the sun.
Hear the echoes of the valley.
Time to shine. Wrath from the sky.
I feel it in her trial, a sense of clunk. Yeah, like, I don't know how to put it in words, but she just feels bad.
Leave this
Ding dong, stand with me.
with one heart. It all adds up.
Out of my way.
The deception ends here. By the frostmoon of old.
Dissipate.
Can't hide the truth. No more lies. The mystery unravels.
The mystery unravels. God, her burst is so pathetic. Oh, it's fucking hilarious.
It all adds up.
Like, she lacks visual clarity? Yeah. The visual clarity on this character is, like, actually complete dog shit. It's like... Yeah. I don't know how this made it through testing, honestly. Like, the feedback for your actions just is so vague. Like, I think it's, like, she's kind of fun to play, but, like, it also feels awful, you know? It's like, is it like you're hitting nothing? Yeah, exactly. It's like... She needs more hit lag! That's what she fucking needs! She needs more hit lag! Yeah. Let's go for a Widsith. Can you show her stats? I mean, we were on SIG, so the stats were a bit different. This is the build. It's C0, but it's a pretty good SIG build. Right in the demo, felt that her charge attack feels smooth. The, like, default, like, the baseline does feel smooth. Oh, right. But the dash cancel feels bad. Also...
Forest, protect us with one heart.
Go claw. Dissipate.
No more lies. Can't hide the truth.
This is awful.
Leave this place for the everlasting.
Chew on this. Stand with me.
It all adds up. No more lies. Let's see what you're made of. Forest, protect.
I don't know, man. Didn't you re-equip her? Say I did.
Leave this place by the frost.
Dissipate.
It all adds up. Seek within.
Lightning. Terrify.
No more lies. Let's see what you're made of. You poor lost lamb for the everlasting.
Ding dong. Our bond is strong.
Can't hide the truth. Time to come clean.
Oops, I canceled too early. And now he's out of I know, so... I don't know. Using burst for this little damage feels so bad. Yeah, that is also a problem. NEFER is Omega trash. I mean, she's not bad. Like, that's the thing. Her performance is pretty solid. She just feels terrible.
Forest, protect us with one.
Go claw. This may hurt a little.
No more lies. Time to come clean.
Make yourselves at home.
It all adds up. Let's see what you're made of.
Yeah, this is what you want to do for sure, man.
You on this. Grow.
No more lies. Let's see what you're made.
The Temple of Wisdom.
Can't hide the truth. It all falls.
Fuck using her fucking burst. I'm not using her burst. Just fucking swap to Nahida and use her burst there. Trust. Yeah, that actually feels pretty good though. Let's test the sucrose rotations. Okay, so we do.
Forest, protect us for the ever.
Stand clear. Come on. Left.
It all adds up.
Animal test 63.
Can't hide the truth. With one heart, we.
Go claw.
I'm fucking order
It all
lol.
adds up.
Yeah. Yeah, this feels fucking great. Yeah, okay. As long as you don't try to stay on her for the full fucking uptime, I think she feels pretty good. Like, straight up, do not stay on her past 3 charge attacks. Go do something else, otherwise you're gonna feel like you're stuck behind someone who's walking just a little too slow. That's how the Verdant generation feels. Like, swap out after 3, do something else, and then come back for your next 3. Or just ult. But even with the ult, you still have... You're still gated by Verdant generation. Like, that's the problem. Can you swap during charge attack like Nahida? Nope. You have to let the whole charge attack animation go through. Is that a Nahida ult thing? Oh yeah, with Nahida that's what I was doing. I'm pretty sure that's what you want to do. No, but look. I'm gonna try to input my swap.
Time to come clean.
Yeah. Yeah. That's, like, bad. Yeah, like, it's faster to dash cancel and then swap.
Leave this place. No more lies.
But, like, yeah. How do the cancels look? Well, if they look like this.
It all adds up.
Chew on this. Look, absorption test.
Can't hide the truth.
Oh, I did it too early on that one. Oh, it's because I'm out of fucking... Yeah. Is there any way to generate Verdant faster? Kinda.
It all adds up.
Let's see what you're made of. Let's see what you're made of.
I don't feel like this works, though. Like, it's supposed to.
No more lies.
But it just doesn't feel like it works. But it might just be because the visual clarity is complete dog shit. Anyways. You can use ult to cancel charge attack, even though it's not worth it. Like, yeah, like, in practice, you have time for a swap and an ult without losing time. But, like, using the ult just feels bad because it fucking tickles the enemy. Yeah, honestly, I'm done with my NEFER testing. It just feels pretty whatever. I don't love it very much. Fuck, I might not actually go for her then, because she kind of doesn't feel too great to play. I'd rather spend my mental energy thinking about Razor right now. Wait, chat. What set bonus did I give Razor here? Did I forget to give him a set? I think I might have forgotten to give him a set. He doesn't have a good set, though, to be fair. Give him 2 now to make up for it, true. TF? Eh. Use Glad or Echoes? No. You don't want to use Glad. Because they, like, really buffed his electro damage. And Glad doesn't affect that.
Right now, I wish I was sitting at the top of a tree. Look.
But yeah, I guess he just doesn't have a good set, huh? Put the Gilded in the bag? It might be Gilded. Or maybe it's just 2-piece, 2-piece. Emblem? No, he doesn't do enough burst damage. Like, his damage distribution is like a third, a third, a third between the pyro damage, the damage from skill, and the damage from burst. Is the ECDR not good for TF? It's not great.
Meadow, cider in hand.
Right. Like, let me check what the cooldown is on the Veil Flame should still be his best install. He literally does not do physical damage in that team. So no, it is not. Like, if you're gonna go for something like that, you would go Echoes.
Woo!
6 mana, yeah. Maybe the TF combos are good enough. I don't know. Alright, so by default, his combos are 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. Right? And there's about 6 seconds left of skill cooldown. Or of burst cooldown. When you're done with that. What does the TF combo look like, actually? 1, 2, 3, 1. 1, 2, 3, 1. 1, 2, 3, 1. 1. Yeah, something like this, right? Or do you just N4 instead of 1, 2, 3, 1? You don't use N4 currently? Yeah, because his current combos don't E off cooldown, right? You just do N3 dash, N3 dash, N3 E. Because the N4 kind of sucks. But if you... they're buffing the E. So you're gonna want to E off cooldown. And at that point, instead of N3, N3, N1, you're better off doing N3, N4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. With TF, you can do N4 E spam. And how many do you get? 1, 2, 3. Oh fuck. Well, you basically you get 3 N4s. You basically trade in. You trade in this here for 1 more E. Yeah. So the TF does allow for better combos, but it's only a tiny bit better. Right? And the stats from TF kind of suck. So you probably don't go TF. You probably go... I guess you just go Echoes, but man, that feels so bad. Is it ever? No, it's not.
Come on, traveler, let's go.
What's the average proc rate for Echoes again? I fucking forgot. It's 36 and then goes up by 20% when it fails. Is it? Oh, it's just 50 average, right? Yeah, so it's 35 motion value, basically. So... Echoes versus 2-piece. So plus 18% attack. Plus 18% attack. And plus motion value 35 per attack. And we get a total of 4, 8, 12, 14. Plus 14 times 35%. 66k. Fuck this shit, I'm just gonna do plus 40% here. Two piece is, I think, worse, right? Yeah. Echoes is better than two piece. What about Gilded? It's what, 180 EM? Gilded is about as good. But yeah, his options really suck. I think we'll just go Echoes for now. Plus 18%. Plus 35% times 14. God, that's a 108k team, huh? Okay, let's be pessimistic on overload assumptions. Do like 12-4. Does self-overload do self-damage? No. No. How good is Thunder Soother? You'll have no uptime. It won't be good. I have no clue. I have no clue. I'm at a loss, man. Anyways, should I go farm this? Am I actually gonna go for NEFER? Bro, I don't even know anymore. I kinda don't want to. He feels so bad. But like, if I don't get NEFER, I'm probably not gonna be able to get Columbina if she's a support. And I don't know about skipping an Archon equivalent. You don't have lens? None on this account, no. Just play Columbina Hyper Bloom bet. I will. Alright, in that case, let's just go fucking what do we farm? Is it just farm books? Am I really gonna be farming fucking books on day 1 of the patch? I guess. Oh, that makes me sad. That makes me really sad. That's kind of pathetic.
Rise with the
Oh.
sun.
Nice overload loser.
Control breathing.
Charge! Charge!
Farm for DURIN mass. I don't really want to go for DURIN either. Honestly. Like, what's that? Oh, I was like, why am I getting a notification on my resident? No, that's Milios from Wonderland.
Time to roll.
We're not gonna look at that today, by the way. Bro, we've already been live for 9 hours, and Milios for Wonderland is gonna be like another 9 hours probably.
On my, light it up. Hi. Yeah. Oof. Hero incoming. Yeah.
Is NEFER not worth? Do you think Night Bulls is a better pick than NEFER? No, I think Flynn's is definitely not as good as NEFER is. But honestly, I'm glad I went for Flynn's instead of NEFER because she feels like ass.
Heads up.
You know,
You asked for it.
you know how it feels actually?
Let's burn it down.
I feel the same way about NEFER that I felt about Chiori on day 1 of testing. It just feels like it's a character that was released in an incomplete state. But that'd be sick. Is NEFER actual power similar to Varessa? Yeah. More reliant on 5-star support, less reliant on 4-star constellations. Overall, it's pretty similar. Are we ending it? We're waiting for my fucking resin, man! 1 minute 6 seconds until I can condense and go to the other account.
Time to roll.
No, we're not ending yet. We still got a lot more HEXENZIRKEL stuff to talk about.
Add Astra.
Do you get an effort? No. Bro, honestly, I really don't want to get her. None of these characters are really characters I want to get more copies of on my account. I don't know, man. You looked at VENTI DPS with the new bow. I haven't looked at the new bow yet. I did look at VENTI DPS. It seems okay. A lot worse than Razor. Bro, I feel like I must have done something wrong. Because I feel like Razor is not supposed to be doing this much damage. But like, also, it kind of makes sense. Like, he really got a massive buff. Yeah. I saw that, but like I'm pretty sure this is not even close to optimized.
Strength is one of those things where you gotta use it or lose it. So, wanna train with me sometime?
I'm pretty sure Bennett is way better than DURIN here. Cause like FISCHL goes fucking hard with a Bennett snapshot. And Bennett does so much for Razor. Bennett allows Razor to benefit from Chalorz's... Like, bro has come to the realization that Razor's normal attack damage is significant enough that he's using Pale Flame. But has not come to the realization that converting it to Pyro so that it benefits from Chalorz's Shred and damage percent is gonna be a good idea. He's almost there! He's almost there, chat! He's almost there! We could also do a simplified rotation with TOM on FISCHL. That doesn't refresh Oz, right? We want to be more realistic. Right, so instead of Oz having a weird amount of uptime, we're just gonna do 12. Instead of 70 damage percent. Right now we're at 102. If instead we give the whole team 20% attack. We go to 98. I guess even then, Golden Troop is still better. Because it just does too much. Yeah. What about Yai over FISCHL? That is like gonna be minus 40k DPS. Straight up. Like, I'm not even exaggerating, because you lose a HEXENZIRKEL passives. You're just completely cooked. What is this? Oh, character buffs. I see. Alright, like... He doesn't have this. Yeah, I guess it's not that big of a deal to lose this. Now that I think about it, but you lose a HEXENZIRKEL buff from FISCHL, which is actually really good. I guess we can, like, actually give the team a proper try. Just to see if our rotations work. First rotation has to be a little different because of Showers, but... Razor, Bennett... FISCHL, Showers... He's on TF right now, but I'm just gonna pretend like I don't have it.
Let's light it up. I'm going in. Huh. Hands where I can see 'em.
Yeah, this first rotation is a little sus is the problem. I guess. Yeah, I guess you can just do this.
You asked for it. Drop your. Huh? Teamwork is odds repeat.
Yeah. We don't have full uptime on those things either,
Final warning. I'm going in. Shadow ray.
Yeah. I guess you probably want to cut the rotation a little shorter than that.
Hands where I can see 'em. Let's light it up. Everybody. By Royal. Get back.
1, 2, 3, 1. Yeah, like we lose 2
Stop right there.
if we do it like that. I guess. You do the full rotation. Is it actually 20? It's 21. No. No. Razor Burst starts its cooldown when you begin the animation, and you can swap back to Razor while the burst is still on cooldown. So it's actually 20 seconds. If his burst cooldown was lower, it could actually be less than 20 seconds.
Justice will prevail. Drop. I'm going in. Odds rep. Get back. Final warning.
This doesn't feel too
Everybody
great.
stand. Midnight.
Like, realistically, it's very possible that the best possible rotation is a 30-second rotation. No Spotify overlay? Yeah, I know. I hit it earlier, but it's fine. That does 2 Bennett bursts.
You asked for it. Drop. Let's light it up. Teamwork is
Okay.
by Royal. Get back. Stop right there. I'm going in.
Midnight Vent.
Wait, I feel like I'm onto something right now.
I taste blood.
Wait, I feel like I'm like with TF.
Teamwork.
Yeah, the problem is that that's not. It's gonna be like 32 seconds. Maybe that sucks actually. I don't know.
Justice will prevail. Everybody stand. Odds reveal.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 3.
Get back.
1, 2, 3. So you can get 4 and 3s.
You asked for it. I'm going in. By Royal.
1, 2, 3,
Get back.
4. You can pretty much consistently get 4. If we just do that. 4 and 3s that are Bennett buffed and 1 that isn't. But like realistically, you kind of stay on field for a little bit longer than that, right?
Hands where I can see 'em. Let's light it up. Everybody. Odds rep.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Final warning. Teamwork is driven.
As you wish.
And that's 21 seconds. I don't know if you want to do that, though. Maybe you do, like...
Justice will prevail. Everybody stand. By royal.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, E, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2.
Final warning. Shadow Raven.
Yeah, you probably do. Well, I don't know. I don't know how many attacks we want to do.
Hands where I can see 'em. I'm going in.
Three, 1, 2, 3, 1, 3,
Get back.
3, 1, 3.
Drop your weapons. Teamwork is midnight, then.
Yeah, this is 20 seconds, actually. As long as you don't add an E at the end. This is an EM Razor? No. But yeah, so I think we just do N3 spam instead. So we do E, Q, E, 3 and 3s, E, 3 and 3s. Sure, I guess. But let's change this. We're gonna have to add damage percent physical. Damage percent physical. Effective attack physical. Damage physical. Okay, so physical for damage, what do we get? We don't have Bennett buff, we don't have Chevreuse buff. We do have Serpent Spine, we do have C1. We don't have... Yeah. This was the rotation I was doing. TF, ew. I don't know. That definitely ain't it. Oh, yeah, no, this is... Yeah, no, this definitely is not it. Anyways, so we'll do. Alright, so first we do this, see if it got better or worse. Now that we actually looked at a real rotation. Now we get 4, 4, 4, but none of these. And then plus 35 times 12. Electro damage. We have this, yeah. We have one less E now, right? Because we're doing EQE. And then only one E later. So this is now 3. Which also means one less of these. But now instead of 14 of these, it's 18. And we're getting two after the bad buff expires. 6. Effective attack here. We lose the Bennett buff. Minus 1050. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, so we went down a little bit. Because we don't have perfect Bennett uptime. It is what it is. Although I guess we can probably do a triple Shovel's E here in this team. But, whatever. We're basically at 100k. Like, if we compare this to, like, current... Right, currently, Razor, motion value, right, he doesn't have this. He doesn't have this. He doesn't have this. He doesn't have the FISCHL buff. FISCHL doesn't have the FISCHL buff. Yeah, 70k. And the sim has this team at like 60k, but the sim doesn't have self-overloads implemented, right? Like the optimized version of this team is like at 60 something k, but it doesn't have self-overload implemented. So it is supposed to be at around 70k. And then with the buffs, the team just gains a fucking 30k DPS. So like, it's not that I fucked something up, it's just that it is that much of a buff. Razor is a good carry now. At least at C6. You need C6. Not having the C6 makes him bad. Wow. That's insane, though. Is Razor now the best Mondstadt carry? He is, right? And like, it's not even close anymore? Like, characters, filter, region, Mondstadt. Yeah. Wow, yeah. That's true. I haven't counted Klee stuff yet. That's true. Jokes aside, Razor might be joining the 100k club. Because if they made Molani join by herself, it would feel wrong. Yeah. Yeah. It's not nearly as much. Well, the reason why Razor's getting so buffed is because his best team already used FISCHL, right? And he's getting massive direct buffs. Isn't one cost Razor almost Skirk level? I don't like that thought. Oh my god. Wait. Wait. What the fuck? Okay, I need to check what one cost Razor would be at. I'm actually really curious now. What would be Razor's best weapon? Is it Malika's Sig? Does he get good uptime on the buffs? Using an elemental skill? He does, right? Increase when your normal deals elemental damage. Yeah, he gets full uptime on this. 741. We lose the damage percent and the CV. And in exchange, we gain... What is it? It's 20 crit damage, 28% attack. And 22 CD from crit rate. Wait, what? Chat, does this weapon suck ass? I think this weapon sucks ass. Yeah, I guess he's kind of starved for damage percent in these teams. That makes sense. His set bonus doesn't give him damage percent. He already has fucking over 200 attack percent. Right? Bennett, Chevau's Noblesse. Bennett, Chevau's Noblesse. Power Resonance. Sands. Two-piece. What was it 28 from? Oh, yeah, that's a weapon. Fucking FISCHL buff 45 from that. Like that, yeah. It's so much attack. Yeah, maybe Redhorn is better. Actually, Redhorn is definitely better. So 542. $88.2. Okay, it's a bit worse without the effect. But 40% of his defense. He basically equivalent of about 10% motion value. I guess it's not that good, actually. Oh, okay. Dude, where the fuck does he even go? I guess he doesn't have a good weapon. It's just Serpent Spine R5. R5 talking stick. Wait, you're right. He can proc the talking stick. That's true. He's the one character in the game that can proc talking stick. Wait, you're right. I don't think it's better than Serpent Spine, though. 565. 16% attack. 12 damage percent. .4 crit rate. Yeah, it's just worse than Serpent Spine. The one character in the game that can proc it. That's so funny. Coward Pride. Coward Pride will be bad because he's actually good now. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Fork on Chauffeurs is gonna be more. Right, because it's just plus 28% attack on him. Or is it 32? I forgot. Nah, it's basically the same amount. He's already so fucking capped, man. It's actually probably Aqua on FISCHL. Right? Not Elegy, because FISCHL does good personal damage. Oh yeah, what does a new VENTI sig do? Is it just 120 damage percent? Because we have two witches? $140? Wait, why is it 140? Is it 20? First effect is 60. 60 plus 60 plus 20? No, but this goes to 0. It's not 60 plus 60. It's 60 that stays at 60, basically. No? But then this one, is it 20? Or is it like each stack is 20, so it's 120 total? I have no fucking clue what this is trying to say, man. This is an awful wording. But like, basically, is this plus 20? Or is this times 2? Right? Like, that's what I'm not sure about. If you, oh! It's still 60? But you just recover faster. Like, the cap doesn't change. I see. That actually makes sense. Okay. If you have 2 witches, you recover faster and you recover all elemental types at once instead of 1 at a time. I think, but it's still just 60 damage percent. Okay, that makes sense. Anyways, let's take a look at FISCHL with this bow, right? Plus 674. Plus 44.1. Plus 60. Yeah, 110k. Does that mean 1 cost Razor is better than 2 cost Flynn's? Huh. Who's the 1 cost? FISCHL on Venti's SIG. Like Venti's new SIG. I'm actually kind of curious. You probably get pretty close to that on Skyward Harp, and a lot of people just have a Skyward Harp. Like you're already like at 105k with Skyward Harp. Right, because I was assuming Viridescent Hunt, right, which is fucking dog shit. Right, it's a quality of life weapon, not a damage weapon. Is Razor the GOAT or Albedo? Bro, Razor might be the GOAT, honestly. Holy shit. Okay, like, honestly, this is kind of just FISCHL. FISCHL is doing so fucking much here. Oh. Part of me wants to look at Maoika, Aeonsan, FISCHL, Mona. How many vapes can you get? Does FISCHL get the 45 attack buff? Yeah, yeah. She gives it to your active character and gets it herself.
Time to roll.
Is Razor the greatest cost merchant of all time? No. 3 cost Gaming with C2 Seat Lolly is still gonna... it's still gonna be like...
Heads up.
Or Molani with C1R1. Where the fuck is Mona?
In the name of the Prinzessin.
We're gonna need a lot of ER if we want to do testing. Also, please tell me I have a waypoint. Thank God. Hopefully this will be enough for my testing. I really hope I don't have too much damage with this. So, like, what would the rotation look like? You do something like this.
Rise with the quick as a flash. By royal written in the stars. Let me scrub. Wrath from the skies.
You will miss a few.
Controlled breathing. On my shadow raven. Let night fall. Decided by destiny. Shadows of fate. Pyroclastic surge. Incinerate.
Yeah.
Incinerate. Incinerate.
Yeah, this kind of feels a little sus. You do end up missing on quite a few vapes because Mono's app is dog shit.
Burn it down. Let's odds written in the stars. Ha! Delved into wrath from the skies. Incinerate.
Did he walk outside of my...
Stronger on midnight phantasmagoria. Decided by destiny. Let me scrub. Pyroclastic surge.
The end.
Can he stop, like,
Legacy.
slowly waddling away from my omen? Or from my fucking thing? It's really annoying, man. I guess that's just what happens when you play Mona, though.
Rise quick as a flash. Ha! By royal written in the stars. Yeah. Light of the blazing sun. Incinerate. Incinerate.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, no, it's definitely too sus. We're not getting this to work. What about Sucrose?
Faster, stronger. Let stand clear. Decided by destiny. Delved into destiny. Pyroclastic surge. Incinerate. 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 Rev the quick as a flash. Start the clock. Animo test 6308. Stand clear. Written in the stars. Ha! Shadows of wrath from the skies. Absorption test. Stand clear.
I wonder if this is like a thing you can actually make work. I think so. How many vapes is that? Is that 4?
Faster, stronger. Start the Animo test. Six Fates is upon you.
Pyroclastic surge! Incinerate!
Fuck!
Light it up!
Controlled breathing. Let's absorption test. Decided by destiny. Let me scrub.
Light of the blazing sun! Incinerate! Incinerate! Rise with the
Faster, stronger. On my stand clear. Fate is upon you.
wrath from the sky! Incinerate! Incinerate! Burn it!
Controlled breathing. Let's
Yeah. So this is probably what we do for the rotation. I wanna see how this compares to Seed Lolly. So we get 1 vape, 1 finisher vape, 2 finisher vaped, 3 finishers vaped.
haven't been out in a while.
Yeah. Okay. In those GC Sim rotations, you're only getting 3 Razor bursts out of 4 rotations. Part of the reason for that is because of Razor energy requirements, but those get solved. Anyways, let's go to Mona. Right. We're gonna copy this
I
down
just
here.
took a moment to quickly take down some notes.
Please shut up, Sucrose. Thank you. Malika. Bennett. Ilonen. Lolly. Alright, Malika is 359. Right. 359. 510. Attack percent. What do we get? We get 24% from Seatlali, 20% from Noblesse, 25 from Power Resonance, 20 from Substats. Something like that. 350, 1050, 40, 30% attack from her passive. Damage percent, we get 35 average from her passive. We get Petra, not exactly full uptime. We get Cinder City full uptime. We get Bennett C6, Pyro Goblet, Obsidian 2-piece, Serpent Spine, 187. Crit value. I'd like to start playing Genshin. Which legendary character should I reroll for? I mean, if you asked me this like literally yesterday, I'd say that like rerolling as a concept doesn't really matter too much. But now this Mona character looks pretty good, so maybe rerolling for Mona is worth it. Probably not though. Anyways, the crit value 98.4, 62.2, 20 times 6.6, 27.6 times 2, 80. Total attack times 1 plus damage percent times crit multiplier times EM multiplier. No EM multiplier. 2 times 756.2 plus 2.7 times 200 plus charge attack 181.5, 181.7. 7 plus finisher 258.52.8 times 3 plus 0.95 times 200 times 4. That's for the melted stuff. Unmelted. So this, remove the burst. Normal charge attack, yeah. We have four normal charge attacks, 1 finisher. 3 of these attacks are burst buffed. Yeah. We also have 4 dashes. 148.5 times 4. Time 18 DPS. 120k. Makes sense with Shilonen. Okay, so now that we have a frame of reference with these assumptions, we can compare that to Mona. So, Yonson, Sucrose, Mona. Alright. Bennett, we lose Power Resonance. Do we lose Noblesse? No, we still have Noblesse. We probably go attack Sands as well. We get 30% attack from Eon Sun. 810 flat attack. Damage percent, 35 from... That's her own buff. 30 from Petra, no. 40 from Cinder City, yeah. 15 from Bennett, that's 25 from Eon Sun. 46 from Gauntlet, yeah. 15 from, yeah. 30, yeah. Then we have Mona Omen, which is 60%. EM, we have 80. We have 230 from Sucrose. I guess I didn't include the fucking skill hits from Mawika, right? Which is 126.5, 217.6 times 4 is what it should be. Something like this. Anyways, okay. So 4 damage percent, we're done. For EM, we're done. For crit, no changes. But obviously, we're vaping instead of melting. The combo is actually the same here. Because, but we're now getting a bit more of the stuff burst buffed. So, we're getting 2 more of these. And 1 more of these. Sure. Oh, right. And then the yeah, the shred is kind of sus, actually. Your shred uptime is gonna be really bad, isn't it? What about Albedo Shiloden instead of Eon Sun Sucrose? Oh god. Oh god. Someone stop him. He's putting Albedo in the bag again. So we lose Eon Sun attack. And damage bonus. Instead of this, we have this. Now we have 12 damage percent from Albedo. 15 from Geo Resonance. No fighting spirit? What the fuck do you think Shilonen is doing, man? Anyways, yeah, this is ass, actually, isn't it? Damn. Yeah, no, this is dog shit. Sucrose could be good if our shred uptime was good, but like it won't be. But like maybe it could be, right? Let's get some food in her real quick. Like,
Light it up. Written in the stars.
no. No, it won't be that, that's for
Delve into
sure.
Destiny. Animo test 6308. Rise. Quick as a flash. On my decided by destiny. Stand clear. Shadows of fate.
I fucked that up real bad. My order was not it. But I think that's what we want to do. That was the right idea.
Light it up. Faster. Stronger. Let's. Written in the stars. Yeah. Animal test 6308.
Oh, fuck.
Stand clear. Let me scribe. Pyroclastic surge. Controlled breathing. On my fate is upon you. Animal test 6308. Shadows of fate. Wrath from the sky.
I have to eat before I end one on Mona, but I think this works. Wait, is this a Malika upscale? Chat. Is that C0 Mona? Chat. 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 We don't have this anymore, actually. Still.
Burn it. Quick as a flash. Decided by destiny. Absorption test. Delves into destiny.
Ah, fuck. Yeah, okay. We definitely need to not fuck up the timing there, though. And that can definitely be a pain in the ass. Okay.
Rise with faster, stronger, written in the stars. Animal test 6308. Pyroclastic surge. Incinerate.
Switching gears.
Incinerate. Incinerate. Controlled breathing. All fate is upon you. Shadows of fate. Wrath from the skies. Incinerate. Incinerate. Faster, stronger. Let's move.
How fast are these rotations even? I don't think they're 18 seconds, right? Where the fuck is my mouse? There it is. So I'm using my E at 1 on the timer. And then I'm using my E again at 21. I guess we can just, at that point, we extend the rotation by like... We extend the rotation by 2 seconds anyways, just from having to do our things, and we get TDDS. Like, that's reasonable. Oh, I didn't put the buff from Sucrose, that's true. Plus 90% divided by 7. Would you Sucrose burst here? Wait. Yeah. Wait. You could hide to infuse Sucrose burst. And get more vapes. Get one more vape.
Burn it down. Step aside. On my decided by destiny. Stand clear. Absorption test. Swirl. Let me scribe. Light of the blazing sun. Incinerate. Bolt. Quick as a flash. Let's. Fate is upon you. Animal test 6308. Stand clear. Animal test 6308.
It could be doable, straight up. Oh, no, I don't like where this is going. Fab Sucrose incoming? No, I think you still want to go sack.
Light it up! Faster! Stronger! Start the written in the stars! Absorption test. Animo test 6308. Delve into destiny. Pyroclastic surge! Incinerate! 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 On my mark! Decided by destiny. Shadows of fate. Enhanced animal mind.
What the? Oh, I pressed E on... I pressed E on Mona like an idiot. Are you... Is it empty? Is my fucking statue empty? No, it's not. Okay, it just didn't want to heal me.
Absorption test. Animal test 6308. Stand clear.
Okay. So let's try the rotation properly. So Mega E, Eonson EQ, Mona QN4, Mona N1 E E. I forgot to fucking Sucrose Burst. Again. Like fuck. It's because my brain just doesn't register Sucrose's Burst as an ability anymore. That's why.
Burning. Controlled breathing. On mark. Decided by destiny. Yeah. Absorption test. Stand clear. Swirl. Mark 2. Let me scry.
Yeah, I fucked it up there.
Animal test 6308.
It's definitely gonna be difficult to get this reliably.
Rise. Let's fate is upon you.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Animal hypost.
We need to get our timing right on when this fall. Yeah, I mean it's okay. The setup is doable, but I can't be bothered. I think we'll just keep 4 vapes instead of trying to go for 5. But like this isn't bad, man. Right, and that's like Mona C0. If we look at Mona C4, right? Oh yeah, you're right. Maoika doesn't get the 90 out of 70. You're right. It's only 40 out of 70, right? For non-HEXENZIRKEL. But still. But yeah, the problem is just that Sucrose is sus as hell. That, like, getting your swirls properly with Sucrose is really sus. And Albedo is gonna be a lot worse because no shred. And Maiko personal damage went down by 50k. Albedo doesn't make up for that, you know? Because we don't have any shred at this point. What about Shiloden over Yansan? Then you don't have any attack. With Maoiga, you really want an attack buffer and a shredder. Oh man. I don't know, chat. I'm like... I said I'd do this, and then I went to the bathroom, and then when I came back, I forgot. Let's rank how good these characters are now. I'm not gonna rank Klee because I haven't looked at Klee stuff yet. Okay. Honestly, like... Like, obviously, this is, yeah, like, no shit. But, like, honestly, like, bro, like, fuck. I wanna do this shit. Like, this is what I wanna do right now. I haven't looked at Klee yet, right? Klee isn't ranked, she's, like, being ignored right now. Bro, like, Razor's actually just fucking competitive with Klein now. Like, he's just doing as much damage as she is. Like, what? Like, what the fuck? Why? Why? How? What the fuck? Oh god, welcome Raiders. We have been talking about these fucking leaks for 10 hours, okay? So if you don't want to see any leaks, all right? Here we're talking about leaks. Okay, here's your warning. Yeah. These fucking bro. Imagine being a Raiden main and seeing this shit, by the way. Like seeing fucking Razor out damaging C2 Raiden at this point. Like, bro, oh. Fuck me, man. Like, okay. Maybe we can't really rank how good they are. Let's rank how much the buffs are doing for them. Alright? Razor skyrockets in value. He's probably the biggest beneficiary of the buffs. Albedo and Mona. I think Albedo more than Mona because Albedo's like starting from lower down. Yeah, it's 3 AM here too. It's yeah, I've been live for a while. But yeah, have a good night. FISCHL buff was actually pretty big, but it doesn't really change where you want to play her. So I guess it's like, yeah. And then VENTI buff I'm not convinced about, honestly. And then SUCROSE buff didn't change shit, honestly. What's Razor's buff? He just does like more than 50% more damage now. I want to see Zadef's reaction to Miliostro. We'll do that maybe tomorrow, maybe the day after. Once we're done talking about the... Wait a second. I lost a notification. Oh, I didn't even click on it. Tragic. But yeah, like, I actually think that the VENTI buff is intended as a preparation for Vorka. I don't think VENTI is intended to actually be that strong with the buffs. And then SUCROSE and FISCHL were already strong enough that they didn't need that big of a buff, but they still gave FISCHL some fucking abominable bullshit. The shit they gave FISCHL is not fair, man. Like, it's not okay. It is not okay at all. It's completely fucked up. She did not need this. But I mean, fuck, we'll take it, you know? I wonder if the attack she gives is snapshotable. Like, if you can give that to Shanling. If it is, oh boy. Susing Somon coming back. Gonna be like 90k. But it might not be snapshotable because it affects herself, and her skill is supposed to snapshot, so I don't know. Any tweets about EI situation? Yeah, no, it's fine. EI's gone past comparisons to FISCHL, and is now at the point where even comparing her to Razor feels like a hate crime. I thought the VENTI buffs were insane. In terms of, like, a percentage increase, I think they're the biggest one. But it's a percentage increase to a carry playstyle of a character that wasn't played as a carry. Right? Like, if they multiplied, I don't know, Chevreur's normal attack damage by 5, she'd become better. You'd maybe see some fucking Pyro carry, Bennett infused, normal attack spam Chevreur's. But it wouldn't be that big of a buff because, well, that's not her current playstyle, you know? Even if it's ×5, it doesn't actually make her 5 times stronger, right? Is her buff actually that much? Isn't much of it carried by FISCHL's buff? Well, it's both, right? FISCHL's buff is doing a lot, but so is Razor's. The thing is, Razor is a character who Well, he's the only character I've looked at so far that actually benefits both from his own buffs a lot and from one of the supports buffs a lot. Is Rizzo now the second best Electro DPS? I don't think he's better than Klein. But I think he's the third best Electro DPS. No, there's Flynn's too now. I forgot about Flynn's. He's the fourth best Electro DPS. But like, I think Razor with a 5-star weapon on FISCHL, with only one 5-star, is actually better than Flynn's. Yeah. By the way, chat, I want to point out, okay, part of what makes Razor so good is that he gets to benefit from FISCHL's broken HEXENZIRKEL buffs without needing to put that fuck-ass worthless DURIN unit on the team. Because you get the HEXENZIRKEL passive from Razor plus FISCHL. Or like putting DURIN on the team is like minus 20k team DPS. Bro, that unit is so bad, man. Oh god. Like, DURIN is gonna end up being good for the same reason that I know is good right now. Right? Not because he's actually good. Just because you straight up need to put it on the team to activate some things. Right, like if you want to play Mona with Molani, you need to get the HEXENZIRKEL buffs, right? So you kind of want to put DURIN there. Although honestly, maybe you just fucking put the SUCROSE ALBEDO in the bag. Bench that fuck-ass DURIN unit. But there are no good pyro units from Molani, so Molani doesn't hate DURIN. I was so excited for DURIN being as good as Mawika. Again, it's not that DURIN is as good as Mawika. It's that the HEXENZIRKEL buffs are really good. And the HEXENZIRKEL units are now very good, and putting them on your team is nice. But you need to have 2 HEXENZIRKELs to activate the passives, and a lot of the time DURIN is just the best slot. But like, let me go back to the ALBEDO sheet, okay? A lot of these teams have ALBEDO and DURIN on them, okay? ALBEDO damage, 19k. DURIN damage, 15k. ALBEDO damage, this is pre-buff, so yeah. ALBEDO damage. Okay, this one's higher because this is Burgeon DURIN. I think I have some Mona ones as well. Yeah, ALBEDO damage 21k, DURIN damage 16k. This is on the damage mode, by the way. If you focus on Rev Vape DURIN with these teams, right? The one with C6 Mona, right? You can get DURIN damage higher than ALBEDO's at the very least. But the team is better if you stop focusing on DURIN damage and instead put FISCHL instead of Shilonen. So you can start getting more overloads. I don't know, man. It's just, yeah. Like, it's really, it's not that DURIN is good. It's that the HEXENZIRKEL buffs are good. Anyways, it is what it is. Any plans on a banner review? Not now. It's 3 AM, I'm tired. But maybe tomorrow. Should go spend my resin on the other account before I end stream. I'm getting pretty tired though. How about Razor on Noblesse? Just EQ and on-field Harlequin. No, that's gonna be dog shit. You know, I'm pretty sure Razor's a better overload carry than Arlecchino now. Like, if you do Bennett, Chavez, FISCHL, I think Razor is a stronger last slot than Arlecchino. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, like he is. Like he is. Like he actually just is. Oh my god, he actually just is. Oh my god. Oh my god. They're in the same team and Razor's team DPS is just higher. Oh my god. Razor's getting nerfed, dude. There is no shot Razor ends up as a better overload carry than Arlecchino, man. I just... What the fuck? I just realized Razor's new best team is the same as the Overload Arlecchino core. And he's straight up just a higher DPS than she is. Oh my god.
Cleanup sequence is just one. Being done. Stand clear. Absorption.
Observe. Close your eyes.
Oh man. Now this is actually crazy though. Meh. 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 You think he'll be nerfed? I don't know, because I don't think it's completely unreasonable for them to just decide to make Razor good. Right, this isn't 1.0 anymore, so if you're a new player who wants to get Razor, you're not gonna get his fucking C6, right? And he's worthless without the C6. Like, the C6 is like where all the power is. And yeah, and you need Ben at C6 as well. Fuck that. And like, if you're an old player who has been playing since 1.0, you probably have Arlecchino already, and him, or something similar, and him being about as good as those characters doesn't really mean you're gonna want to build him necessarily. So like, I don't think it would inherently be a mistake to make him that good. I don't know, like maybe that's what they want to do. I don't know. Arnold will be happy? Yeah, ooh, that'd be nice.
Astra Abbott.
Did I not? I did not.
Add Astra.
Razor build? I'm looking at Razor on Echoes, but Gilded Dreams is very, very close behind. If you didn't farm Echoes, you're not, like, cooked. No, he doesn't have a good set right now. Like, if he had a set that was as good as Codex... He'd gain over 10k DPS.
Add Astra.
It would really be nice if that rolled into crit. I'll take ER, honestly. I'm not taking defense, though.
This land holds nothing but promise for
That's Verissa good? Yeah, that is Verissa good. So, yeah.
Why is none of it coming to me? People ought not be so frightened of ghosts. They are merely talking shadows, chattering away endlessly about their past affairs.
Listen, it's not my fault. They fed Razor crack cocaine. I'm sorry, your main is worse than he is now. But I didn't decide, but it wasn't my decision. Bro, I don't know.
Everyone says there's tons of work lately. Why is none of it coming to me? This land holds nothing but promise for adventurers from all walks of life. Wouldn't you agree? I better get me some alpacas. Once they hauled everything over to Snezhnaya, make a little extra by selling their coming to me. Let us have a modicum of patience for the richness and complexity of humanity. The wanton cruelty of the few is not worth our ire. This land holds nothing but promise for adventurers from all walks.
Are you not worried that Razormanes will choke? They've never eaten this good in their entire lives? Yeah, I don't know.
I better get me some alpacas. Tons of work. Once they hauled everything over to Snezhnaya, make a little extra by selling their wool.
First, Razor came for Cynomanes. And I didn't speak up because I wasn't a Cynomane. Then, Razor came for Raiden mains, but I didn't speak up because I wasn't a Raiden main. Dude, I swear, this fucking Razor shit is going too far. Holy fuck. Anyways. Alright, I'm tired. I'm gonna go to bed. We'll keep going tomorrow. We'll record the banner review tomorrow. I don't know if we'll have time to get started on the UGC stuff. We'll see.
He who wishes to peer into the abyss needs simply to wander through
Let's-
Night Cry on a misty night.
Yup.
The
Yup.
march of the wild hunt will be sure to drag him into the darkness.
Sweet Nick. Don't bring up the leaks in his chat, obviously. Please and thank you. I wonder if he's having a good time.